will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, I've been informed that the Whipari has agreed that there will be no notice of motion or motion without notice, except the motion on the order paper. We now come to the motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Acting Chief Whip. Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. Notwithstanding Rule 2471, which provides that a sitting of the Council will be dedicated for oral questions, the Council considers the report of the Select Committee on Land and Mineral Resources.
As there is no speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to as the decision is dealt with in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. I shall first ascertain whether all delegation heads are present in the chamber to cast their province's votes. Are all delegation heads present? In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We now proceed to voting to the question. Eastern Cape. Free State.
Free State,
Gauteng. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal iyayisekela.
Limpopo.
Limpopo lethe alhamdulillah stu.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape agrees.
Northwest.
We accept, Chair.
Western Cape.
Siyaxhasa.
Thank you. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Land and Mineral Resources. Ratification of the Paris COP21 agreement.
The Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Sifako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Permanent Delegates, Ministers in our midst, for allowing me to read the statement on behalf of the Select Committee on Land and Mineral Resources. The statement on the ratifications of the Paris Agreement. The main objective of the Paris Agreement is to limit the global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees Celsius, below pre-industrial levels. Some countries, including South Africa, is supporting efforts to limit increase to 1.5 degrees. The reason for this is that South Africa, as a water-scarce developing country, is highly vulnerable to climate change. The agreement is also an important tool in mobilizing finance. It recognizes the commitment to switch to a low carbon economy. International funding will also help to scale up global efforts to address and minimize loss and damage from climate change and increase climate resilience. The ratifications of the Paris Agreement secures concrete commitment to providing such funding sought since the Durban outcome negotiated in 2011. South Africa became party to the Paris Agreement on the 22nd April 2016. At that time, it was stated that parties to the agreement could sign until April 2017. It was not anticipated that in an unprecedented move of coordinated climate change diplomacy, the United States and China, the two biggest contributors to global green gas emission, could ratify Paris Agreement simultaneously at the 14th G20s summit held in China in September 2016. That event triggered a rush of parties acting to ratify the agreement that now, with the support of two major economic powerhouses, appeared set to come into effect sooner than later. The threshold of 55 country ratifications was reached to activate the agreement, which will enter into force on the 4th of November 2016. The sentiment expressed by South Africa, BRICS partner India, upon announcing its decision to ratify the agreement, likely summarizes the sentiments of the other countries that raised to ratify. By ratifying now, India decided in favor of joining role in shaping the global rules of the climate order. Delaying will likely result in years attempting to join this group. The speed at which countries such as South Africa has had to move from becoming parties to the agreement to ratify it does not, however, imply that we are not prepared to the requirements of becoming a party in the Paris Agreement. Prior to the development, South Africa had been actively planning for a shift forwards to low carbon economy. The ratifications of the agreement merely affirms our position on climate change and is in line with the country's integrated resource plan development in 2010. The plan put forward a multi-pronged approach for energy generations, including coal, gas power, turbine, solar energy, wind power, and hydroelectric power generation. This, coupled with other low-carbon initiatives, form part of the country's response towards the reduction of required in greenhouse gas emission. South Africa, as in the case with many of our SADC neighbors, are accurately aware of the potential impact of climate change. Presently, with the temperature increase estimated at being only half of the 1.5 Celsius limit, South Africa is supporting extreme weather conditions already resulting in severe pressure on our water resources and agricultural capacity. There is simply no option but to act proactively and decisively. To conclude, it must be highlighted that the Paris Agreement was adopted after 4 years of negotiations that was initiated by the 17th Conference of the Parties held in Durban in 2011. Considering the pivotal role that South Africa played in laying the foundation for the Paris Agreement, there should be no surprise that we ensure that we ratify the agreement timelessly in order to ensure that South Africa travels to Morocco next month as a negotiating party and not a spectator. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Order members. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces an opportunity to make declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting. I now call upon provinces. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape support, Chair.
Free State,
Free State support, Honorable Chair.
Gauteng,
Gauteng supports with pride.
KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal support, Chair.
Limpopo,
Limpopo re ete gape go modulasetulo.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga agrees.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape agrees.
Northwest,
Northwest concurs.
Western Cape.
Weskaap ondersteun.
9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Before we come to the next item, as we are aware that one of our own honorable members has recently been appointed a mayor, so join me in welcoming the new delegate from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Vusi Makwebu. Honorable Vusi Makwebu, you are welcome. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome ministers and deputy ministers in our midst. Honorable members, so that we are on the same page, it has been brought to my attention that the acting chief whip has sorted the itinerary. We are going to be starting with Honorable Minister Trade and Industry, Honorable Davis. So meaning from our questions, we'll be starting with question 179. So 179 years, that's the question, so that we're on the same page. Honorable Davis, we're starting with you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the answer to the question is as follows. The department set a target of supporting 100 black industrialists for the medium-term expenditure framework period. 22 black industrialists with projects that will create approximately 1,000 jobs have thus far been approved for support. The response to the Black Industrialist Program is overwhelming. The department has received 270 applications, of which 130 are currently being processed between the department and the development funding institutions that are part of the program. 80 applications are currently with the applicants for additional information. 14 have been rejected for non-compliance with the policy. The Black Industrialist Program is, of course, a cooperative program between the Department of Trade and Industry and participating development financing institutions, and so far over 23 billion rand has been pledged to support this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lund.
Thank you, House Chairperson and Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, my question relates to, firstly, how much money has been spent thus far to create that 1,000 jobs that you have alluded to? I know that you've indicated that 23 billion has been put there for the entire project. My concern is just what is the long-term sustainability of this? Because if we have spent, for instance, up to this stage, 1 billion rand, that is a lot of money that's been spent to create one job. Will this project ensure that the long-term sustainability of this give back what has been put in by government and ensure that it is got a cascading effect down further in our economy?
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much. Let me just say that this program is a program that is very tightly constructed. It requires people to be involved in defined industrial activities, to have their own personal risk involved in the project, to be an industrialist in all senses of the term. The subject to correction, I think we've spent so far about 1.5 billion of the total. And a number of those projects are really high-quality manufacturing projects. I could cite a gentleman in the Kucha Industrial Development Zone who's making innovative syringes that are filled with dosages of various pharmaceutical products. Many of them also are involved in the infrastructure program. The people are involved in the production of, for example, castings for railway wagons and railway locomotives. So, in fact, I'm confident that what we are doing is we are finding the brightest and the best among black industrialists. We've got to transform the sector because the sector is highly underrepresented, but I can assure the honourable member that we are picking people who are real industrialists, and I think that actually the amount of money which we spent per job compares very favourably with what we get from the general incentive dispersals that we are responsible for.
Thank you, Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I need to get from the Minister what kind of mechanism is in place to ensure that the already industrialized provinces do not also benefit again out of this particular program, so that we decentralize this industrialization through this black industrialization program and take it to the rural areas of the country, so that we do not again become urban bias, the provinces that are already advanced become more advanced as compared to others.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much. Let me say, as I already indicated, one of the examples I gave is somebody who's in the Eastern Cape, so it's not just in the established industrial areas. We will be looking, of course, at the overall spread and giving reports from time to time and looking at what this means. But there are a number of other programs in place that we are using to try to promote industrial decentralization. They include the special economic zones. The most recent one that we basically awarded the permit to is the Musina SEZ, which is around metals fabrication and also logistics. There's also the industrial parks revitalization program. We've been providing support for industrial parks. Some of those are providing very significant employment. For example, the last one I went to, Isitebe, In KwaZulu-Natal, the total number of people who work in there is about 25,000, and quite a number of those are the tenants there are black-owned industrial companies. So I think we're sensitive to this, but at this point, apart from the examples I can give, I can't give you an overall picture, but just to say that it is our intention to support people across the country, not just in the established areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you also touched on the revitalization of the industrial parks. I know for a fact that in the Northwest you are busy with two. My question is in relation to the black industrialist. Are you also looking into possibility of making sure that they tap into the possibilities that you are creating in the industrial parks revitalization? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
There's no condition that anybody who receives the benefits from the Black Industrialist Program has to operate in any particular area. But as I did say earlier on, what I've become aware of in particular by going around to a number of them, I've been to 3 so far, and we're rolling out industrial park revitalizations in a number of places, is that there are very significant industrial activities that are taking place in these areas. The infrastructure in a number of cases has become fairly dilapidated, and that's what we've been supporting. And this is an example of actually fairly small investments producing fairly large returns. And the number of jobs I mentioned Isitebe, but Botshabelo is about 10,000. Then we were also up in Seshego, there's about nearly 2,000 people working there. There are quite significant numbers of people and quite innovative companies that are operating in these areas. And it's our intention to support those and provide many more opportunities for industrial activities across the country. And some of those, hopefully, will be people that draw on the Black Industrialist Program as well.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 168 by Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the 12I tax allowance, which provides for tax holidays, if you like, for companies who are involved in both greenfields and brownfields investments in industrial sectors, as well as the recently relaunched Manufacturing Competitiveness Enhancement Program loan facility, are available to support sectors that are prioritized in our Industrial Policy Action Plan that are not subject to other sector-specific incentive programs. In addition to that, we have indicated in the current iteration of our industrial policy that we are shifting the focus towards sector-specific initiatives because we have seen that we have sector-specific programs in, for example, automotives, clothing, textiles, aquaculture, film production, and business process service sectors. We have seen very positive results from those sector-specific programs. And as a result of that, work is currently underway to finalize an agro-processing incentive program, a dedicated agro-processing incentive program to stimulate employment creation and retention, investment and supplier development in this very, very important subsector, which together with agriculture we have identified as potentially the fastest growing job creation sector in our economy. The program will be announced once funding is secured through the medium-term budget policy process.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, Minister. The logic and the reason behind why I posed such a question was to determine whether the Springbok Pan in the Northwest, Minister, was in a way going to be potentially a beneficiary of such incentive and stimulate the potential for agro-processing industrial growth in such a rural area. And the reason why we are asking is because we are of the view that we should be able to stimulate and enhance rural activities so that we are able to grow in those sectors. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Well, I don't know the specific project, and in fact, I wouldn't, as the Minister, get involved in decisions about whether any specific project qualifies. We have teams in place that receive applications, but applications for the 2 incentives I mentioned, the 12I and the MSEP, and actually one of the biggest components of the MSEP program as it was in place have been agro-processing projects. We do see agro-processing projects as very, very important, and it's for that reason that we've decided to develop a sector-specific agro-processing scheme, because I think we think that when we have that in place, as I said earlier on, we need a generic program, of course, to catch other things, but where we have a sector-specific program, I think we've seen somewhat better results, and that's why we're moving in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lond.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Minister, latching on to the previous questions on the agro-processing, during the Select Committee meeting held on the 25th of October, the department indicated that many of the agro-industrial support will go to rural provinces. Apart from Gauteng, most of the provinces in our country, outside of excluding the metros, are in fact rural provinces. Will your department aim to ensure that the agro-industrial support will be spread fairly to all provinces to help uplift all rural communities across South Africa?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I suppose agro-processing is about things that happen in the rural areas where farming takes place. So it's not really a surprise that they say that most of the agro-processing projects will be in rural areas. But let me just say that we look at these things from the point of view of the value of a particular proposal. That's how it's looked at. So I think we're not going to be rationing the resources according to provinces or anything. We will take account, obviously, of trying to achieve some kind of equitable spread in the end, but we will be looking at projects based on their merits, and the processes, all our processes, operate on that basis.
Honourable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, it is common knowledge that our economy on the growth side is not doing very well. I need to check from the Minister as to, do they do assessment of the successes and failures of the action plan, and if so, at what intervals?
Honourable Minister.
Well, as you say, it's no secret that our economy is not doing particularly well. But I think that within that, there are a few green shoots. And one of those green shoots does happen to be the performance of parts of manufacturing. So, for example, when we avoided 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, one of the features of the quarter where we had 3% growth was that we had 8% growth in manufacturing. And I think that shows what can be achieved in the manufacturing sectors. We've seen some very significant investments in a number of our subsectors. Autos, we've seen clothing and textiles not just now stabilizing, but actually growing employment. Looking now to export performance, we've seen some successes in parts of agro-processing, which is why we want to design a sector-specific program. We've seen successes in the film industry, in business process services, and in industries that are related to infrastructure, such as component manufacturers, and then this category called fast-moving consumer goods, among others. So I think that we do constantly monitor what the achievements are of IPAP. We present these every year in the latest iterations of IPAP. It is a rolling action plan. But what I would say is that we have demonstrated that industrial policy works. It's not yet at the scale where we've defined a completely new growth path for our country, but I do think that there are some important successes from our industrial policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, in terms of the rule of the House, question 191, no arrangement was made. The member is not in the House. No one is standing for the member. So, Honourable Minister, will go to question 178 instead of 191.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Department of Trade and Industry, through its International Trade and Economic Development Division, has had a number of engagements with the British High Commission on trade negotiations with the United Kingdom after that country Brexits. Discussions have emphasized the need to negotiate a trade agreement with the United Kingdom that will build on the economic partnership agreement that we have recently put in place with the European Union. And we've argued for this in order to limit the disruption that may arise in terms of South Africa's access to the UK market. This is the principle that has and will continue to be communicated so as to already define the scope of our discussions. I'm also due to meet with the British High Commissioner in order to further discuss this point. I have also had engagements with one of the Ministers of State from the United Kingdom. In addition to our own engagements as a department, the South African High Commission in London has engaged the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Department of International Trade. The South African High Commission will pursue further meetings with officials in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Department of International Trade to ensure that South Africa receives due priority in the negotiations that follow Brexit and also to remain abreast of developments in the UK around their intentions for Brexit. Negotiations with the UK will be undertaken through the Southern African Customs Union, which is the arrangement that we have in place for all external trade negotiations, but also because it's very important that we preserve the common external tariff in any external negotiation. It should be noted that the United Kingdom has not yet submitted its Article 50 notice that will trigger their exit from the European Union, and the United Kingdom cannot actually start formal negotiations until that is done. Until it is done, in fact, the EPA remains in place, and the EPA continues to define our trade relations with the United Kingdom. And therefore, what I can report is that we have started and that there are ongoing discussions with the United Kingdom as to what may happen once they trigger Brexit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Lond.
Honourable Minister, trade partners and investors are looking for economies that are stable for long-term mutually beneficial relationships and agreements. Has the recent political uncertainty and instability negatively impacted our ability to negotiate the South Africa's position to get the best deal for ourselves?
Honourable Minister.
Well, the most recent agreement that we've just been talking about was the Economic Partnership Agreement that has just recently come into force with the European Union. In that, we secured some substantial improvements in market access. For example, for the first time, we managed to get a quota for sugar, 150,000 tons of sugar. We've got an increased quota for wine, 110 million litres of wine, 80,000 tons of ethanol. In addition to that, we now are able to export fisheries products to the European Union without there being any fisheries agreement in place that is talking about fishing quotas. And then we have had to pay for that in the form of geographic indications, recognizing a number of product names. With the exception of feta cheese, none of those are products which are currently used, names that are currently used in South Africa. And we've secured rooibos, honeybush, and Karoo lamb as recognized geographic indications in the European Union. So I think that our ability to negotiate decent trade agreements is underscored by that. We've done it. We continue to do it and prioritize within the African continent. I'm going to a meeting over the weekend on the SADC COMESA East African Community Tripartite, where we are very, very close to concluding a tariff schedule with the East African Community and also with Egypt, which will be a big step forward in regional integration on the African continent. So our ability to negotiate quality trade agreements is very much in place as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Makue.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. In our Minister's response, he refers a lot to the EPAS, the Economic Partnership Agreement that we have. Now, we have moved from the Trade Development and Cooperation Agreement into EPAS that we made to understand is much better. Now, are we only going to concentrate on trade, or will this agreement also have elements of cooperation and development components within it? Because for us as a country, it is going to be important that whilst we can't read the 3,000 pages of the agreement, we get to understand that we are not losing out on elements that we've had in the TDCA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you for the question. I think that it's probably important to say that because we dug in, because we achieved unity in our group, the SADC EPA group, because we refused to sign on to things that didn't make sense for our economy, we ended up with a deal, I think, which was a lot better than the original draft that was put before us. So we're not having to make commitments in areas of competition policy, intellectual property. We've won back some of the policy space that would enable us, for example, to deploy taxes on export taxes, if we so choose as a country, which had been signed away in the Trade Development Cooperation Agreement. So we won back some policy space. The biggest limitation on market access for our products in the European Union under the Trade Development Cooperation Agreement was in agricultural products, where we are competitive and our products are actually challenging to some products in the European Union. As I indicated earlier, we've achieved some very significant quotas for some of our products. One thing I should say, since this is a question about Brexit, is that we have been saying to the European Union that when new members come into the European Union, as they've done from time to time, the most recent being Croatia, we have not received an additional quota. And so I think we're turning around our message to the European Union is that if one leaves, in this case Britain, we don't expect that quota to be reduced. We expect those quotas to stay as they are, and then we will have to negotiate an agreement based on the parameters and framework of EPA with the United Kingdom. By the way, the United Kingdom is our 9th largest trading partner, and our trade with the United Kingdom relatively balanced at about 4 billion rand each way. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Minister Davis from Trade and Industry. The question from Honorable Lond was the last one to the department, to you, Minister. Thank you. In terms of our questions in front of us, we go back to question 152. We'll be dealing with agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. I invite Honorable Minister Zokwane to deal with question number 152.
Thanks, House Chair. It is envisaged that the small-scale fisheries sector will get access to the near-shore resources that are found in the vicinity of the established cooperatives, and that can be accessed by day fishing trips. The small-scale fishing regulations also prescribes no take and no sale of certain species due to their low level of abundance. Furthermore, fish that can only be targeted by trawl, basin, and long line are off limits. The species groups of most interest to small-scale fisheries are lobster, lionfish, netfish, abalone, oysters, mussels, squid, and seaweed. The department is still to announce what proportion of the total allowable cash and total applied effort relating to those species are to be made available to small-scale fishing sector. The small-scale fisheries is not just about commercialization and economic viability. For many communities, small-scale fisheries will be a source of contributing to food security. The risk to further exacerbated is exacerbated by the cooperatives do not receive an equitable allocation of resources. Some means of improving viability of cooperatives is for a basket of species to be allocated for cooperatives. For example, members to be equipped to participate in the entire fishing value chain, formation of secondary cooperatives to improve bargaining power of the cooperatives, and the consideration of alternative livelihoods to supplement the income generated by fishing.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Minister, most scientific reports state that commercial coastal species are already optimal, exploded, overexploded, or the stock have collapsed. What alternative livelihood are in place to supplement the income generated by fishing? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Aquaculture is one of the ventures that the department, after Operation Pagisa on oceans economy has been ventured upon, to make a point that hatcheries are created so that we can plant back into the ocean what has been depleted. And also the Act explains as to how we must make sure that sustainability is achieved so that you fish in a way that does not deplete the marine resources present.
Thank you, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what has your department done thus far to address the bias allocation and manipulation of fishing rights to politically connected ANC cadres?
Honorable Minister.
Thanks. Mr. Smith should, the Honorable,
Order, members.
The Honorable Smith, Chairperson, should be aware that the current marine revenue sources locks out black people in the fact that only those who have got fishing vessels can be able to access the allocation of any species. It is not allowed or permissible for any partnership with a foreign vessel. As I speak, nobody who has not been having rights can be able to exploit our rich marine living resources. And we're busy to change that scenario such that everybody in South Africa can be able to access. Only 5 companies currently are exploiting our marine resources. And all of them are not owned by any ANC-aligned person. They are owned by white people as they were designed formally, and they still do so.
Thank you. Other members, Honorable Pambos Puwana.
Thank you, Mhlali ngaphambili. Honorable Minister, illegal fishing from the east is fast depleting on our fishing stock. This is on top of the 312 million kilograms of fish consumed each year in South Africa, according to the South African Sustainable Seafood Initiative, SASI. Currently, Minister, our legal and governance framework is inadequate to deal with this issue. Would like to know from you, Minister, what is your department doing about this to curb this issue, ensure sustainable fishing is occurring, and hold those in contravention of the laws, and make sure that are held into account? I thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. Illegal fishing is true, is a threat to our fishing industry and broadly to our food security. One part of the Operation Pagisa on oceans economy was dealing with this matter to make sure that we are able to ensure that our surveillance is improved. And I'm sure you are aware that this year we're able to comprehend a number of illegal vessels in our ocean. So we're not only saying we are concerned, but we are working. Let me highlight that it is not true sometimes that only communities along our oceans are involved in illegal fishing. A case has been settled where a well-known and a very big company was involved in illegal fishing. So we're dealing with that, and I can assure you that we will be able to arrest those, because our systems are such that we can be able to detect each and every illegal vessel that enters our waters and be able to intercept, working with other departments that are within the fishing area or within the maritime transport.
Thank you. Honorable Keila.
I thought you were not going to give me, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what is your department doing about small fishers who are being used by larger companies as fronts? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair. Funding is one of those areas we are dealing with. As part of the new policy on allocation of fishing rights, it will not only be illegal, but will be followed out. And we have created, by the way, a company that must make sure that we verify the information submitted, that no worker will be declared as a shareholder when he is not. So it is not only a question of commitment, it is a question that is going to be followed up to make sure that all those who contravene the act are not only prosecuted, but that they're also their fishing rights will be withdrawn.
Thank you. I now call upon Minister to respond to question 190 by Honorable Smith. 190. No, it's in the House.
Thanks, House Chair. The Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, in partnership with the Limpopo Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, is providing support to Petwane Irrigation Scheme project, which is aquaculture. To ensure success of the project, capacity building initiatives for the beneficiaries are underway. The capacity building initiative includes business and financial management and further training on production systems and other techniques.
Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chairperson, with regards to the failed fishing farm in Mafefe village that was established by the Department of Trade and Industry, will your department invest in a revitalization plan to generate jobs for aquaculture in that area?
Honorable Minister.
As I have said, House Chair, after the report on oceans economy was adopted, aquaculture became our flagship, with the view of making sure that where no fishing has taken place or where there is no ocean, people can be able to access the protein-rich products like fish. So, of course, working with the province, we will make sure that a particular aquaculture project is really revitalized, and training, because training is key to people who are running these programs and support broadly.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we come now. The same rules will apply to question. We come now to question 151 by Honorable Mlambo.
Most of the department's work outputs in the domain of climate change mitigation adaptation derives from a limited budget allocation for the operational activities. However, the department has funded a number of climate change related research projects with limited funding. There is no exclusively dedicated funding to climate change related work. At present, the allocation of funding for the inadequate accomplished the necessary work, with the limited funding, we've been able to do some work. Included to that was the invention of the seed that can be able to withstand drought, which was done through the funding by Merinda and Bill Gates Foundation. So such an effort is meant to ensure, therefore, that climate change is not only mitigated, but we're able to work within the systems. And we have endorsed the principle of smart agriculture as well as conservation agriculture to ensure that we save the soil from erosion as well as to improve productivity. These programs include land care programs, which implementing climate-smart agriculture through conservation agriculture. The position in this regard is that climate change is a cross-cutting issue, and we're working with the Department of Environmental Affairs to ensure that we share our expertise as well as limited resources.
Thank you, Honorable Mlambo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Minister. I would like to know which provinces, Minister, benefited out of this limited fund, because there were provinces that were seriously being affected by drought. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
When we refer to the new seed that is drought resistant, we will make sure that all the provinces that have been exposed or possible to have been affected by drought will receive it. And of course, last month we had a conference in Kimberley on land care programs. Land care is about putting back into production areas that have been affected by land degradation or soil erosion, and all provinces form part of that program.
Thank you. Honorable Labuskaghni.
Chair. Honourable Minister, in yesterday's medium-term budget policy statement for vote 24, Agriculture, the Department's preliminary performance information indicated that the target of 145,000 subsistence and smallholder producers assisting during the 2016-17 financial year. Actually, achievement in this first 6 months of the 2016 financial year so far was there's now 0 subsistence and smallholder farmers assisted. If this department is so concerned about assisting small-scale farmers with a less secure water supply, why the above appalling statistics on assistance to small-scale farmers? And even more importantly, why did your department move away money from the Water Research Commission and spend it on motor vehicles, travel and accommodation? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. For us to succeed in dealing with subsistence farming, which is very key in food security, land is a requirement. I will make an example, not being political, with the Western Cape scenario, where there's no land dedicated for small-scale farmers. Even where there is some food production in the area of Philippi, those farmers are in court currently because their production is threatened with the land being sold. Last week, on Tuesday, I was in Malmesbury. I met with a group of female farmers. And I found that one of the key things that is failing there is an allocated land by the province or by municipality to make sure that such farmers are assisted. Yes, I can agree that with the recent drought, most affected were those kind of farmers. But we do have a program now, because without fencing off any land where there will be production, there can be no success. But as a department, we have a plan. We've got a program. What we need is that members of this house, in whichever province they come from, land is made available for people who want to plant food or produce food for their own families. And I made an example of the Western Cape because I've attended that area. And I found that there's no land allocation. And without land, there's no way people can be encouraged to begin to be involved in small-scale production for their families.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Sihlalo ohloniphekile. Hlonishwa ngqongqoshe ule ukhuluma ngembewu yezimangaliso ka Bill Gates Foundation. Manje asazi mhlonishwa noma le mbewu izoqhumisa umzumbe ebhontshisi noma mhlawumbe izoqhumisa amantongomane noma izoqhumisa ubhatata. Mhlawumbe umhlonishwa mengasicobelele nje eshungwini lakho ukuthi le mbewu yezimangaliso izoqhumisa ntoni. Nanokuthi ke thina ke bale komzumbe kwahlongwa nathi sihlala le enkandla kubaba uMeyontuli Uma isikhona le mbewu sihlukanisa kanjani nalesinayo ezwela kakhulu climate change. Ngiyathokoza.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. The honorable member seems to understand what maize I'm speaking about, because he has mentioned the maize, and I've said this seed is for maize. Ndakuthembisa nje lungola lendlu enhloniphekile ukuthi mase le mbewu ifikile amafama azawufundiswa. Farmers will be exposed, and farmers will be taught, and farmers will be empowered to make sure that they know. One of the things we need to do is to inform our farmers, because some of the maize are of the different makes such that you can't replant it. Like maize that is like maize that is of the other advanced technologies, such that you need it, therefore, to make sure that every year you buy new maize. I'm speaking of GMOs, but this one I can assure you it is not that kind. That's why we are replanting it. It will empower farmers to ensure that they can put it for replanting, and also when they plant it, even if there is some drought, they can be guaranteed of getting good yields. But I agree with you, without teaching or making sure that farmers are aware of it, it is well explained to them. It can be a problem, and I can assure you this one is for maize, not for Mandongomane, not for anything else.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and Paris Agreement are instructive on implementing measures towards adaptation and mitigation against climate change. Minister, what are the relevant programs implemented by the department to address climate change? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks for the question. Thanks, House Chairperson. As I've said earlier, one of the programs is to deal with soil erosion through land care, to bring back that land into production. One of those is to promote conservation agriculture, which is no-till, because when you do that, therefore, you reduce the emissions because you use less diesel. But more than that, methods and ways we use in our production must conform to that. When coming to animals, it is about making sure that you invest in through research in finding new vaccines. Let me rush to say, as a department, we're busy at work. Not only are we alone with other departments in finding new methods of making sure that we research on new cultivars. Cultivars refers to seeds that will be able, it doesn't matter how dry it may be, and even knowing which seeds grow where. Climate change is a reality. So change must be what we embrace as a department and all farmers on board.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. In terms of our rules, Honorable Vauda, question 195 is not in the House. No arrangement was made, so it falls off. We go to question 187 instead of 195. So you will deal with the one from Honorable Julius. I know that in terms of your plan, we're supposed to deal with 195. So you go straight to 187.
Thanks, House Chair. Our department has no knowledge of the existence of the referred college. As we have 11 colleges that we are dealing with. But Honorable Julius has had a discussion with me outside on something else, and I would be willing to work with him to trace that college. And if it is registered, we can be able to put up methods, because each and every agriculture is very important, not only in training students, but also in training farmers. What I can also say is that we would be happy if you can give us more information and then we'll be able to visit and see if it is, but it is not amongst the 11 colleges of agriculture that are registered.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. Yes, indeed, Minister, that was another discussion. It's about corruption, so I didn't want to bring it in here. But yes.
Order, members.
You should learn to discuss. You must discuss. It's good to discuss.
Honorable
so that
Julius,
our people
Honorable
can get
Julius,
services.
Honorable Julius,
I have
you are
2
dealing
minutes.
with me.
Sorry. Yes,
Ignore
I'm
them,
just
you are
saying
dealing
to,
with me.
House Chair, that members should learn to discuss so that our people can get services. It's no
Yes.
use to fight all the time. Yes, because we don't have time for lumping buffaloes. We must, as lions, stand together and fight that buffalo that's lumping. But, Honorable Minister, yes, this college was now closed for years. A lot of money has been put into this college. I'm referring to the forgotten West Rand. It was supposed to create jobs, help with poverty alleviation, education and training, getting our youth interested in agriculture and finally food security on the West Rand and also as Gauteng as a whole. Now, what I want to know is, Minister, how much money was spent on this project so far and who will be held accountable for this failed project? And when will this project be kickstarted again? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks. Maybe I should respond by saying again, we would appreciate if we were given the information more on the college. The reason I'm saying is that we have got 11 agricultural training institutions or colleges in South Africa. Six of those are across our provinces. And those colleges are as follows: Tsolo and Fort Cox in the Eastern Cape, Glen College in the Free State, Madzi Bandila and the Tombe Silika in Limpopo, Taung and Potchefstroom in the Northwest, Elsenberg in the Western Cape, and Grootfontein Agricultural Development Institute in Middelburg. So all those 11 are what we have in our database. I don't deny that it may have been built. Remember, even the private sector sometimes do participate in creating such institutions. We don't deny that ours will make sure that young kids have got interest in agriculture, but more that farmers are trained. As soon as you furnish me with more information, Honorable Julius, I can guarantee you that we will follow up and be able, because our remember, most colleges have been refurbished and put back into operation after many years of neglect. I won't go to back as to explain why the government then didn't see the value of colleges. But I would rather say our challenge now is to make sure that all of them are identified. Where there's a need for cooperation between different entities, we will. And I promise that when you do that, had you given me these details before I came here, I'm sure I would not, I'm not trying to build that because it doesn't exist, but I'm saying that it is not within our database.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Keila.
Can you protect me, Chairperson? Can you please protect me? What we talked about last night, you can't talk about it here.
You up.
Honorable Wana.
Order, members. Honorable Keila, you are protected. Honorable Wana.
Some of the challenges facing the agricultural colleges, including Fort Cox, is the production of agricultural practitioners for our economy. Now, how is the department planning to assist in the resolution of those challenges, working with other stakeholders like Department of Higher Education and Training and the provincial government? Also included but not limited is the registration of Fort Cox under the former Bantustan laws, the Sky former Bantustan, and the lack of NSFAS funding by deserving students. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, House Chair. Fort Cox is part of the 11 colleges I have mentioned. Yes, challenges were there, but we're busy addressing them. Remember, some of the skills that are needed in agriculture are not only produced by these colleges. We work through different universities. So the issue you are referring to is understood. But on the other part of your question as to what are the relations between ourselves and higher education, let me inform you that last week I had a lengthy meeting with the Minister of Higher Education, not limited as to whether colleges will fall under their department, but as to what cooperation we will be finding. Last week we presented to the economic cluster of government a new approach in dealing with extension services and to research to make sure that research is being done and that those trained extension officers will be available and among communities so that their work will enhance the work of farmers. But again, let me add that these colleges are not only designed for students to be extension officers, but their aim is to train local farmers to understand the issues of climate change, climate adaptation, and the rest, so that they are able to produce maximally.
Thank you. Honorable Hatting.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'm happy that we get so much information from the Minister about the Western Cape. It's very, very revealing. But I would like, the Minister said that he will not...
Order, members.
He will not go into details of the neglect. Apparently he has got information on neglect. I would like to know if the Minister can tell us...
Hatting, be close to the mic.
The mic?
Yes.
I'll use the mic. I would like whether the Minister can tell us about the serious neglect of historical buildings, the Selborne building, the Alex Home Hall at the Potchefstroom College of Agriculture. What went wrong there and why is it going the way it is? Despite millions being expended there and it's still not functional. Please give us the reasons of the neglect in the past 15 years.
Honorable members, I don't need assistance. Honorable Minister, although it's a new question, it's entirely up to you if you want to comment.
Let me comment to say this, that we have spent more funding to rebuild most of our training colleges. I was, by the way, last week, not only in the Western Cape, but in Potchefstroom. I have met with farmers who complained about the issue you are raising. Let me tell you that it is not only on negative issues that I do visit Western Cape. Esselenberg students produce the best wine while they are still studying. And they've been able, when they finish their schooling, to start a wine distilling, even as far as Queenstown. So it's not about that I was in the province. I'm always invited. It's not that I like because I want to find fault.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mpambo Spugwana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to know from you, Minister, specifically to the one in Gauteng province. It's high time maybe to not visit the Western Cape ones and go to the Gauteng ones. And if you could just finish this house, what are the time frames to get the college reopened and what intervention plans are in place to ensure that this college is reopened and functional? The West Rand Agricultural Training. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. I have given the report, the response to say that all colleges of education.
Honorable members.
I always say when I was trained, whenever like a postman I'm delivering post and other things disturb me on the way, I choose to disregard them. In this case, the answer to the question is the same as to Honorable Julius, who has agreed with me that together, because both of us, by the way, we stay in Gauteng, we will not only visit the college to see who owns it. We also, as a department now, will own to its re-establishment. I agree with him that the West Rand is one of the major food production nodes in Gauteng, given the fact that not much land is available anymore. So I can assure you this, that I don't think I must give a time frame when even the identification of the college. If I were to ask you where in West Rand it is, you may not be able to answer me. Let's visit it first, identify where it is, and then from there we can be able to deal with.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Order, members. Honorable members. Honorable Julius.
Yeah, it's a DA.
Honorable Julius, that was Honorable Mlambo. The question by Honorable Mpambos Pugwane was the fourth one. Yeah, we're done with follow-up questions. So,
point of order, Chair.
Okay, let me hear the point of order.
You see, Chairperson, there are more happy ones who sit in your place there. Maybe you should change. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he qualifies. I don't know. It's after you. But the point of order is that the question was plain and simple. It's not about where it is. Because I'm sure, House Chair, you don't know where
Honorable
it is
Julius,
either.
that is not a point of order.
You don't know where it is either.
Honorable Julius, that is not a point of order. You take your seat. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 165 from Honorable DPR.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair. The Northern Cape Fishing Infrastructure Development and Management Project is currently being implemented by the Namakwa District Municipality and is a Working for Fisheries program project. Its aim is to ensure that jobs are created around fisheries. The project entailed the Port Noloth jetty upgrade, Port Noloth processing facility upgrade, and Port Noloth and Wandel Clip by harbors maintenance and management along the Northern Cape coast. The department acknowledges the importance of the Northern Cape Fishing Infrastructure Development Management Project. But in recent years, there has been a significant decline in the fisheries sector in the region, while the department's 12 fishing harbors have been in dire need of a revamp and to serve the communities against economic losses. The department is in the process of verifying supporting documentation and will, after settle the outstanding debt. We have been in engagement with the municipality, and we know very well that we are still, it depends as to when they will give us the supporting documents. Then and only then we'll be able to settle the outstanding debts. But let me assure this House that under Operation Pakisa, Bureau of Agriculture and Forest Fisheries, we want to make sure that all the harbors are upgraded and all the harbors are in a working condition and all the harbors service the communities around which they are built. They are a national entity. They will remain so, and I believe even this one will be dealt with and improved.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable DPR.
Honourable Chairperson, I stand here today on behalf of the communities of Port Noloth and Honeycliffe Bay, representing the poor people on the west coast of South Africa and in my province, the Northern Cape. For many, many years, reliance was on De Beers Consolidated Mines, giving work to those people, and they pulled out De Beers Consolidated Mines and left a vacuum. We have to go the way of the ocean economy. We have to go the way of agriculture. And thank you, Minister, for the role your department play to help and assist in economic growth, not only in the country as a whole, but in that area in my province. listening to the reply, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, I would plead and ask the Minister if his department will assist that we go the route of a triple P, private-public partnership, like what has been done in Namibia for the communities of Port Nolloth and Honeyklip Bay regarding the harbour. Because, Honourable Minister, illegal fishing is taking place in the waters of South Africa on the west coast, and we'll have to deal with it. We have to deal with it. Secondly, Chair, the mining activities at sea disturb the environment, the fishing environment. It's a reality. And I don't have a quick fix for that. I think a partner in this program can be Transrex, who is not in the magnitude of the BS Consolidated Mines, not at all. But I think a very important role player present in the southern part
Honorable
of
De
the
Pierre,
Namibia.
the
Thank you,
time
Chair.
for supplementary question, don't forget, it's 2 minutes. Honorable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. On a meeting we held until early hours of the morning on Tuesday, led by the capable Minister of Volunteer Affairs in her office, among the issues that were dealt with was the issue of mining in the ocean, as it disturbed the laying of eggs by fish and resulted, therefore, in stocks being reduced. We agreed, and with the minister yesterday, we had decided that our officials will meet so that we can base our debates on science, so that we avoid situations where there's deep sea diamond mining or any other mineral. It affects agriculture. So there's an agreement within the Operation Pagisa Forum. 2, on the other matter, on this issue in question, I had a meeting with the Premier and say, Kanduor Bay Kimberley, on that Sam Khaprat, and agreed that what you are waiting for are documentation to prove that so much work has been done, worth so much, funding is available. And our intention is not only to look at, I agree with you, coastal communities in many occasions are just watching when they see heavy vessels passing by, ripping and taking away what belongs to them without any beneficiation to them. We have created, therefore, a funding that will make sure that all the 4 provinces on the coastal area, including with the small-scale fisheries policy, which has just been done, it is to address the issues we are raising. I agree with you, extem sam met e, bayadanki.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mpambo Sipugwana. Your mic. Honorable Mpambo Sipugwana, your mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you'll agree with me that 65% of the fish caught is mostly coming from the Northern Cape. That is something to be applauded. And with this in mind, this should be creating many job opportunities, Honorable Minister, for people of the Northern Cape, specifically Port Nolloth. And I've got cousins that are there. Can I be protected from the disrespectful honorable members,
Honorable members, heckling is allowed, but you can't drown the speaker, not for us to hear the question. Whatever you do, don't drown the question. We must get the question. The minister must get the question. Honorable Mpambo, I'm protecting you, you are protecting yourself.
Thank you.
Order, members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. My question to the minister is, Minister, why has your department not invested in more resources in this area to grow the crippling economy of the Northern Cape by creating more jobs as diamond mining stopped a few years ago?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
The question asked by the Honorable De Beer and his own admission, the fact that our department has done more, If we did not put money into agriculture and other activities, the situation would be very bad. Let me remind the honorable member that in fishing, you don't look at the ocean and think there's fish. There's something called the scientific research, on the basis of which you can be able to identify the fish species and be able to know the fishable quantity thereof. That's why before we allocate fishing rights, we rely on such an information. I'm not in a position then to argue with you whether there is 74 or what. According to me and the records I'm having by scientists, the fishing stocks in the Northern Cape have depleted. And that may be due to climatic condition, not only on the issue of illegal fishing. Remember, before we allocate fishing, the international institutions that decide what is fishable, because fish is not like cattle that you can keep them in a kraal. Fishing can swim along the ocean. Then the quantities you fish are not determined by the fishing country, but by the global formation.
Thank you. Honorable member, the minister is responding and you are supposed to, Honorable Kaula. Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Kaula.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo. Since indaba inokudoba kangaka namhlanje mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe bengisafisa ukwazi nje lapha kwi coastal belt eSouth eKwaZulu Natal sinabadobi lapha abangadobela ukudayisa isikhathi esiningi baphilisa imindeni yabo kodwa inkinga yokuqala yokuthi bayahlukumezeka ngenxa lemithetho ke yenu ke mhlonishwa mhlawumbe okokuqala nje kubacelela ukuthi basizakale ngokuthi bangathi mabeyiphilisa ngoba they have been living like that for centuries bayadoba abantu lapha yako Hibadini baphilisa imindeni yabo kodwa kwesibili i-coastal belt liya KwaZulu Natal South is very rich with crayfish. Will the department be prepared to also come in and assist in terms of turning those subsistence fishermen and fisherwomen to commercial people so that they can also, in addition to subsistence, that they can also commercialize with the ocean that is adjacent to them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. Ilungu lendlu elihloniphekile. Mabe ngiqala uphendula umbuzo wokuqala. Ikhulume ndisithi, as a department, we have launched the small-scale fisheries policy. Isizathu soko is to legitimize those fishermen and fisherwomen who were harassed by Ezemvelo at some point. We have to run after fishing and all. Chairperson, and those who tell Kuselo, I have said I will disregard some of the gestures. But the point I'm driving is that, yes, I agree with you. There are key fish species, as I've said earlier, that each and every locality will have different species. And I've counted a number. Why have we done this thing? We have observed painfully that these communities go and fish, badob, babambela crayfish. The price yoitenga is set at 90 rands. But the person who buys that same fish sells it for 500 rands in Japan without any addition. I can assure you that by March next year, each and every small-scale fisherman, when I say fisherman, it's like in mining, I refer to all sexes, will have a right to fish. Yes, I agree with you. Small-scale fishermen don't go to fish only to sell. They also fish for their own families. We will make sure that, therefore, in doing that, we make sure that the process is sustainable. And as we speak of other alternative sources of food, like in aquaculture. So we have been to the Eastern Cape. We're going to the KZN. But key to all this is to get AMACOs, Amako, so that in the land that they own, they are able to understand what is happening. As we speak of people forming co-ops, the aim is to ensure that you don't only catch this fish, but you also process it. Because I will not now mention a province. When you do away with processing, you are transporting jobs to other areas. And that kills the economy. And I want to be close to, maybe I'm only focusing on the Western Cape, but fish processing creates more jobs than the jobs that you create through fishing.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kayla.
Siyabulela mphathiswa. Mphathiswa masiyibulele lento yokunceda abaluku abancane. Urhulumente wenze kakuhle kakhulu. Kodwa ke umbuzo endifuna ukubuza mphathiswa. Into eqaphelekayo kwabantu bancane bahlala bekulanda bebancane abadeske bakhulu. Imali eninji siyithanda singayithandi umele uyayazi lonto leyo. Iphanga phakathi elwandle kungene ngesikhephe phayana. Ngaba malungiselelo kanjani na enwenzayo bana inceda abantu banikwe izikhephe into zongena phanga phakathi enzela bana bafane nabana bakhulu. Ngaba khona ikhona naloo ndlela yobanceda ubana bayancedwa ngabapha abancedwayo ngabapha abangancedwayo. Why ndisitsho mhlekazi ndike ndayithetha kumongameli lapha isikakhulu uncedo lukwelicala oluna asekuziqhatha kuloo nto leyo. Ubani uyangapha koXhorha uMbhashe noLusiki zonke lama lombotyi kunzima pha kulaa malwandle ngoya kungxola sisinceda wena kunzima kulaa malwandle lawana. So ke ncedo line enibanikayo ubana mabangene phakathi elwandle bafane no-Ocean View abana nani neke nithi naniphumleyo apha nithi noko ndake namkhulisa utata ukhawule Natala. Nceda line elilenzayo inkosi.
Honorable Minister.
Mangbonge, thanks House Chair. Bawugeyila lo mbuzo bobuze ku-President. Ndahalela ukuphendula. I was willing to answer, but of course, it was not my time to answer. I think where progress has been made, let's accept and agree. We have just allowed Xhologa eXhwebeni, which was an NPA before, through the Minister of Dia, to be opened for small-scale fishermen. And as I speak, they are benefiting from that process. There is already an identified aquaculture project around that area. And you cannot claim that aquaculture is not big monies as you claim. And if you are around PE, you will know very well that at Hamburg, we have got a crop production aquaculture that sells to the Western Cape restaurants. And I believe that as a department we are committed. When I speak of this project, it is not only limited to fisheries. In the Eastern Cape from Ncecha up to St. John's, there is a plan to plant macadamia. There's a plan to improve macadamia planting in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, and as well as in KZN. And I can assure you that as a department, we have done our research. We know what we are speaking about. And if you go to Mthatha maybe a year to come, you will be able, with your own road, to fish. We have done work. Abana ke anduzuyazi ke mhlekazi elali yakho kuba ndiyazi noma uhlala kuphi. So kuzaba nzima ke masimele ilali nasilapha kule ndlu. Kodwa ke bunganikrwece ecaleni sesobabini uthi uthi nansi ilali yam. Mhlawumbe you may not know that something is being done, and you come here and claim that nothing is being done.
Thank you.
The question has not been answered, Chairperson.
Honorable members, Honorable Kaula.
My question was simple, Bana, what assistance?
Honorable Kaula, Honorable Kayla, I'm sorry, Honorable Kaula. Honorable Kayla, can you take your seat?
My question hasn't been answered.
Can you take your seat? I've apologized to you, Honorable Kaula. I like you very much. That was the fourth question, that was from Honorable Kayla. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Zokwane. We are done with agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. Thank you, Honorable Zokwane, for availing yourself to answer questions. We now come to the Minister of Environmental Affairs. I invite the Minister to deal with question 173 asked by Honorable Labuskagen. 173.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and honorable members. On the answer to question 173 is as follows. All environmental related aspects for mining applications are regulated through a one environmental system, which I believe that honorable members are aware of, which was passed and became applicable and implementable on the 8th of December, 2014. The Minister of Environmental Affairs sets the regulatory framework as far as it relates to prospecting, exploration, mining or primary processing, and the ancillary activities. Underline the word regulatory framework. This is currently in the National Environmental Management Act 1998, which is known as NEMA, and its subordinate legislation. The Minister of Mineral Resources implements the provisions of NEMA and the provisions of Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act, that's MPRDA, and the subordinate legislation. And this includes issuing or refusing environmental authorizations, issuing enforcement directives, and all other environmental management provisions as they relate to prospecting, exploration, mining or primary processing, and ancillary activities. The final end of the process is as if there is any appeal. It has been agreed upon by three ministers, the Minister of Minerals, Minister of Environmental Affairs, and Minister of Water and Sanitation, that the Minister of Environmental Affairs will deal with the appeals for such decisions that have been made, in particular in this instance by the Minister of Mineral Resources, so that we avoid an issue of a referee and a player at the same time. That's my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Labuskagen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, in May this year, you replied to a written question from me that your department is concerned of the effects of bulk seabed mining on the ocean ecosystems. Apart from the fact that such impacts will be severe and extensive, they would have knock-on effects on the ecosystem's food web. You further mentioned that there was an urgent need for research before allowing bulk seabed mining, including scoping studies, environmental impact assessments, and possibly modeling studies of the environmental effects on seabed mining. Minister, the Department of Mineral Resources granted 3 marine phosphate prospecting rights that cover approximately 10% of South Africa's exclusive economic zone, and overlap with South Africa's largest fishing grounds and critically endangered ecosystems. Minister, how are you going to ensure that the research that you referred to in your written answer, as well as the concerns that you stated as your department, will be addressed before mining is going to be allowed on these 3 licenses?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Could I try and simplify the processes that are involved in what is called environmental impact assessment studies? It entails that the environmental practitioner will study deeper, in detail, the possible and potential impact of any project when an application is made. And I'm saying thoroughly. This is one of the reasons why some of the environmental impact assessment actually takes that long. And therefore, having taken that time to actually study, then based on the report, which is called a report from the EP, that's the environmental impact practitioner, That report will go to the minister, in this instance, Minister of Mineral Resources. What is the difference between this report and the research? More or less zilch. Because what would be researched as an impact directly as a separate research, you would also come to the same conclusion when you do an environmental impact assessment, find out whether there's any potential impact. So in this instance, there will be no need, rather, to actually say, hey, wait, let's go and do research first. Because the application has been made. The same investigation will happen from the application. So that's how we do these impacts. If there is, anyway, a need for a research, it will be done elsewhere and everywhere. So we're not able to say in any instance, wait for the research to be done, but the same research will be done as and when the environmental impact assessment is done. That's a general answer. Even on that phosphate, even on the EEZ, in everywhere. It's actually a general approach how we do these studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, this is the question, the principal question related to your role of your hard-working department. This is my follow-up question. That because of a pressing need to safeguard, I think you are maintaining a delicate balance between the pressing need to safeguard the fishing footprints, but also to safeguard the endangered ecosystem and the overall marine protected areas. Does your role include ensuring compliance and protection of environmental damage through proper environmental management plan? Because I think there must be a clear distinction between, and more often than not, there's a confusion between prospecting rights and mining rights. And here we're talking about prospecting rights. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much indeed. It is a fact. South Africa subscribes to what is known as sustainable development. It consists of 3 pillars. The pillar number 1 being that of ensuring that environment and all ecosystems are sustained and taken care of for future generations as announced and pronounced in Section 24 of our Constitution. The second pillar being that of ensuring that whatever is being done on an environmental basis actually benefits the people. The third pillar being that of utilizing our own natural resources for economic development. So those pillars go together. Indeed, I'm confirming that through that, the sustainable development, our job in this department is to ensure that there's always a delicate balance between these 3 pillars, which forms core of our policy and our approach in South Africa and elsewhere. Having said that, I also want to say that as we do implement the sustainable development, we ensure that indeed that there are always various instruments that we use. Amongst them is what Honorable Member is referring to. The environmental management plans, we have the EIAs, we have the SEAs, that's the strategic environmental assessment plans that are done over time and just to scope. We have environmental framework, management frameworks. So there are various tools that we use to ensure that there's that delicate balance that's attained at all time. We do it on land, we do it in the ocean space as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now come to question 148 from Honourable Khai. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. The response to question 148 is as follows. The Department of Environmental Affairs and the Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry have drafted and agreed and signed a memorandum of understanding in 2010, which has actually been in implementation since 2010. This memorandum of understanding encourages that the departments work together and actually share resources such as research, equipment, and also making staff expertise available to one another. Staff from both departments sit on joint working groups to advise on policy issues such as the biodiversity working groups and fishery scientific working groups, which the Honourable Minister was referring to earlier on. that we do those scientific studies. The Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry is a member of the DEAR Working Group 8, which is a formal structure for information sharing and cooperation, and joint policy discussions on ocean and coastal matters are being discussed also there. And this group facilitates joint working and provides officials a formal platform to engage on any technical matter and also in areas of potential conflicts. Similarly, the Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry is a member of the DEAR National Marine Spatial Planning Working Group. And this is actually a very important area of work that we are doing together, which is actually the primary technical group that will be developing marine areas plans. May I just also indicate or elaborate a bit on this marine spatial planning working group? We are beginning to do in the ocean space an analysis and a thorough analysis of what is available, what is applicable, where there is this information available. But we're saying the spatial planning must inform us where each one of us can actually go in a higher trajectory of any form of development, whether it's mining, whether it's fishing, whether it's whatever sorts of economic activity that we find in the ocean. So this spatial plan is like similar to the one that we do on land, however we are doing it now in the ocean space. So we participate together there. To further also promote cooperation and discussion on potential overlaps, the Department of Environmental Affairs is also represented on the Department of Agriculture's Intergovernmental Authorizations Committee for Aquaculture. And this committee facilitates the aquaculture approval processes. So this is how we actually cooperate and work together. In response to that question, that's what I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Khai.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I'm happy with the reply. Thanks.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, we now come, Honourable Labuskachen.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Order members.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much for the answer. Minister, although we might have intergovernmental structures and committees and work groups, as you well explained, in place to resolve disputes, and also we are having the Marine Spatial Planning Bill in the process. You didn't mention that, but it's been made known in the Select Committee to give more clarity. Do we have enough competent environmental inspectors and practitioners to ensure compliance with these environmental policies and laws on a transversal level?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. It's a new question, however, I'll answer it. Because the question was about cooperation. Yes, indeed, we do have environmental inspectors. Let me also say that now that we're actually speaking about the fishery, forestry, as well as possibility of working in the ocean space, must say that in the environmental space, we do have capacity from the environmental inspectors. For now, we do think that they are doing a good job. We will need to get more of them, definitely. But they are doing a good job, and they are able to reach out to all the areas where they are needed to be. They are also working and being supported by the team, very able team also, from Water Affairs. That's the Blue Scorpions. Ours are called the Green Scorpions. The Water and Sanitation one is called the Blue Scorpions. So those are environmental inspectorates that are operational in that space, and they are doing a good job, both of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 169 from Honourable Kaula.
Is it 169?
Yes, it's 169.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The response to the question is as follows. A bit longer, but I'll really just go through it, rattle through it. The escalation of rhino crime in KwaZulu-Natal, and in particular in the Hluhluwe Umfolozi Park, was deliberated upon very extensively after we actually noticed that there is now an increase, bit of an increase on the KwaZulu-Natal's area on poaching. In this regard, a meeting that was called recently and was chaired by South African Police Services and co-chaired by the Department of Environment. The displacement of white rhino to KwaZulu-Natal was noted, and so was the need to access and allocate further resources to KwaZulu-Natal area. The South African Police Services commanders visited KwaZulu-Natal and have identified key strategic law enforcement areas, and extra capacity was deployed as from the 1st of October 2016. During 2016, two formal and some more informal cross-pollination exercises and like training and so forth, training sessions that were held and conducted between the SANParks and KZN and Envelo law enforcement staff. The Intensive Protection Zone, which is what we call IPZ, is a new way of doing things, identify a particular area in the affected area and really ensuring that it's enjoying much focus. That's an IPZ area. That concept was deliberated upon and actually began to be established for a fragmented park was actually to maintain the main focus for such a fragmented park. Furthermore, intelligence, technology, boundary access control, and area protection techniques were covered. Cooperation between the two entities was enhanced, and the same criminal networks are active in both areas we have actually discovered and found out. The following additional measures to identify rhino protection have been introduced in the KwaZulu-Natal, including the Umfolozi Park. These measures will be extended to other parts of the country where rhino poaching is being detected. In other words, I'm saying if honorable members are coming next week to ask the same question, those areas are Northwest and Limpopo where we've detected the growth, the spiking of rhino poaching. The KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Executive Committee has resolved to set up a task team via the KwaZulu-Natal Joint Crime Prevention Cluster to investigate possible actions to combat and refocus efforts to tackle the increased poaching in rhino in KwaZulu-Natal. This task team has a 6-month mandate to come up with the recommendations to the Provincial Executive Committee. That's what the province is also doing over and above in support of the actions that I referred to earlier on. The South African Police Services, through Operation Rhino 7, has made extra capacity available and has undertaken the responsibility of patrolling the R618, that's a corridor road. The replacement of the Umfolozi Park boundary fence has commenced, and smart fencing technology will be piloted on certain sections. The wildlife product, which is rhino horn and elephant ivory detection dog, has also been deployed in that area. A human resource redeployment and recruitment plan has been developed and submitted to the implementation and funding to address operational vacancies that are needed and where they are needed. As Envelo KZN is in the process of dehorning identified small populations as we should, observation towers have also been built and funding has been allocated with an external project to fund the capacity to carry out monitoring and surveillance. A command and control facility has been initiated in the Umfolozi Park, similar to the one in the Kruger National Park. A helicopter has also been based in Bila Umfolozi Game Reserve because we need that, together with the night operating equipment that's called the night vision, and in the Umfolozi operation staff. All Umfolozi gates have been monitored, are now being monitored and have new monitoring systems that are in place. I thank you, Honorable Members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaula.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, that is appreciated. The rhino, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, is a special place. The king of the Zulus, in his praise names, said, now, we cannot allow the rhino to be extinguished in KwaZulu-Natal. But two issues. I just want to say, you spoke of the stakeholder meeting. You did not mention Amakhosi. Amakhosi are an important stakeholder there in Mkhanyakude because they are a partner, not just a stakeholder in the Game Park. I just want to find out if there is also going to be liaison with them, because traditional authorities there can assist in also capping if there is proper liaison with Amakhosi. And secondly, there is another game park just outside Ulundi, the Emakosini Valley. I also wanted to bring that to the attention of the minister, that maybe we also need to extend those services to also that part, because you stop this one part and they proceed to another part. There is Emakosini Valley, which also has a small game park, but which has got rhino in it, and there has been some instances of poaching. Thank you.
The meeting, may I repeat, the meeting that I referred to was actually a meeting of security apparatus and security officers. And what I do know, and they had to do this planning because it was high-level security planning, and understand exactly what action should they make. That meeting, obviously, and it's in a form of a MAJOC. What is called a MAJOC is a mission area joint operation command. So it's those generals and whoever was there. What follows is that in all instances, we do then work with Amakhosi. It's not possible to actually exclude them. It's not possible to exclude other people. For instance, when honorable members of parliament last year went to, it was last year, to do a public awareness program in that area, we did invite Amakhosi and we'll continue to invite them. We did invite the community, and everyone in the society who was interested to actually help us curb this rhino poaching was invited. We'll continue to invite them, and thanks, Honorable Member, for raising that. The area that you raised, I think we'll have to have a discussion about it, because if there's a spiking on rhino poaching, we do analysis at all times and look at the areas where it's beginning to rear its ugly head and move there. I did say earlier on that indeed the whole of KwaZulu-Natal, for us it's a red spot now, it's beginning to say that, yes, it does require attention. But in the area of the valley that you referred to, we'll definitely look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hatting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, noting that 14 poachers were arrested in the Kruger National Park during the past week, during a joint National Park Police Defence Force operation involving dogs, new technology, high-tech technology, experienced game rangers, and it's all expensive. Now my question is, it appears that these very successful approach, and must congratulate the department on this and the successes, but it appears to be reactive. Now, we've learned about KwaZulu-Natal, which is, with the successes in the Kruger, poaching appears to have shifted there. But is there enough capacity to expand it into Madikwe, Pilanesberg, and other places? And I know the minister anticipated this question, so she's answering, but I don't believe it was comprehensive. Is there sufficient funding, and can we say that we will also be seeing the same successes as what we see in Kruger, and hopefully also in KZN, in the other provinces, other parks? Then perhaps if the minister can just, the minister stated that there's a increasing trend. The minister can perhaps just reveal what are the trends, where do we see the upward trends? And also, obviously, the downward trends where there are successes.
Honourable members, I think, no, it's not, I'm appealing to all of you. Let us not make a mistake. We have got an original question. A follow-up question should always be linked to the original one. But Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I think what Honourable Member is saying that, first of all, that we seem to be reactive. No, not anymore. We may have been reactive in 2008, 2009, 2010. Up until the time when we introduced the integrated rhino management strategy, we then became proactive as well. So all over, we are being proactive. The level of tightening security, however, is a little different from one area to another. Where we tighten, seriously putting the dogs and everything else, is where we have identified those areas to be intensive protection zones. So that we don't apply our resources all over equally. We really target areas where there's high punching and trajectory is high. So this is how we then operate. In the KZN, for instance, we have detected that there hasn't been an increasing number of incursions, just like in the Kruger National Park. So our objective there is to proactively destabilize and disrupt the incursions so that they do not kill our rhino. We don't point at a rhino and run to a dead rhino. We stop them even before they do anything. That's the kind of work that we are doing in the intensive protection zones. We have a directive, I did say, given to the 3 other provinces, 3 additional provinces, where doesn't mean that there was no protection. There was, but we need to intensify it so that we stop the incursions there as well. It won't just be Madikwe and Pilanesberg. It will be also in the southern district of the Northwest, because in that part of the world, we are also a bit undertaken. So we do these analysis and detection all times. It's a very scientific work that we do to look at that with our security forces as well. So yes, there will be that expansion. Is there funding? I must say that we are very thankful to the very great men and women of our country and elsewhere in the world who are actually continuously contributing. The night visions that we have were been donated to us by other countries from external from South Africa, cars, dogs, and everything. Those are contributions from many South Africans, young and old. Even children at school have actually gone to raise funds at a school level, to raise funds to support us in these programs. We're very grateful for that. That's over and above the mega funding that comes from government. We have actually ensured that the close to about 2 billion rand that's needed for us to fight this scourge. We don't only spend that money from government alone, but there are contributors as well, because the poaching has been increasing. So if we had to increase again, would be nowhere. It would be really too difficult to spread these resources everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, you are exciting us by indicating how much people of our country care for the environment, in particular for the attacks against rhinos and elephants. What you have done also is to make available a phone number, 0800 205 205. My first question is, do you find we need to advertise to the public?
Honorable Makue, don't bother. You are protected.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable
The public needs to know that they can phone 0800 205 205. My question to the Minister is, do you find that there are scores of people making use of that? The second part of my question is, Chair, that the products, the horns and the ivory, is actually used outside of the borders of South Africa, particularly in countries of the East. Can the Minister give us an indication?
We've got 4 supplementary questions.
There's 1.
No, we're supposed to have 4, and you are supposed to do 1, not 2. We have made your question. The Honourable Minister has noted your question. Honourable Minister, you are taking a chance. Honourable Minister, thank you, Honourable Makua. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Yes, indeed, there are quite a number of people utilizing the number. Not only this one, by the way. They phone even directly to the homes. They phone almost everybody. They are utilizing that number. This is another way of ensuring that we actually use the multiplicity of tools that we have in space to actually ensure that our people utilize this. Even radio, by the way. One of the callers in the radio space said to me one day, Minister, can you please bring us a dummy of this rhino horn so that we can see how it looks like, because some of us have never seen it, that we can be able to detect it if people come across in our areas to look for the horn. Thank you very much. Honorable.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now come to question 188 from Honourable Julius. 188.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is, I suppose, the question that on my notes is labeled 189. And the answer is as follows. Ocean acidification, that's about that?
Yes.
Acidification happens as a result of the ocean absorbing excessive amounts of greenhouse gas, such as carbon dioxide, or the other gases, by the way, from the atmosphere. Therefore, ocean acidification is as a direct consequence of too much greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. Mitigation measures implemented by the Department of Environmental Affairs and other departments for limiting the greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere has been published and contained in a policy document which we call the National Climate Change Response Policy. And in that document, if you look, you will notice that several departments are cooperating: transport, land, minister's department as well, minerals and so forth, water and sanitation, all of them. They have a space in and a role that they play in that National Climate Change Response Policy. However, at the same time, the department is also monitoring our surrounding ocean to detect any sign of climate change-related ocean acidification. But to date, we must say this, that there's not been any evidence to support this occurring in our ocean space, the South Africa space that's within our EEZ, 200 nautical miles. And of course, there are excursions from time to time in our research vessels to actually test these waters on a continuous basis. And the water quality-related mortalities of fish and other marine regulatory are regularly occurring along the West Coast. I am adding to that information just to alert you also that there are those instances where we have those mortalities. And a common one is where oxygen levels in the water are reduced by overgrowth of plankton, what is called the red tide. And a commercially important species that is West Coast lobster is usually most severely affected and walks out of the ocean and die on the beach. Perhaps when honorable members see these active events, they then perhaps think that there is this is as a result of greenhouse gases. It is an issue which is related to lack of oxygen or limited oxygen as a result of the overgrowth of plankton. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. The Minister, ocean acidification is a real threat, especially to Operation Pakisa. I do not fully agree that ocean acidification, there are studies done that shows that we are in trouble, especially with Operation Pakisa and the threat of ocean acidification. This question was posed to the President on Tuesday in the National Council of Provinces, and he gave a totally different answer than yours. So I don't know the cooperation between the two, the department and the presidency, but the first implementation phase of Operation Pakisa is led by the Department of Environmental Affairs. So I want to know what's the impact of ocean acidification on Operation Pakisa going forward? Are there studies, more studies done? Will there be more studies done? And what's the impact on Operation Pakisa going forward? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, even though it's introducing Honorable Pakisa to the question now.
We can close our eyes.
No, Honorable Minister will respond.
Or open them and imagine that there was indeed acidification. I did say that it is not there. So let's not even go to a question that wants to respond to or attempt to answer a question that says, what is the impact of acidification on Operation Pakisa? Because I've already said that it's not there. So there can't be any impact if it's not there. Honorable member says that he doesn't agree. There are studies that I would like to be given the code of that study. We work with scientists. They review studies, they place them before us. There's always they're actually even peer reviewed. We don't agree on a study that is put by a scientist who call himself or herself a scientist, and there's no peer reviewing. Post peer reviewing, only do we then say this is a real study. So I'd like to see that study. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, question 194, the member is not in the house and an arrangement was not made, so the rules are very clear, it falls off. So it means we'll go to question 149 instead of the 194 that might be in your schedule. So you go straight to 149 from Honourable Prince.
Thank you very much. On question 149, my response is as follows. South Africa has a number of bilateral arrangements with fellow BRICS countries in relation to illegal trade in wildlife products from the SADC region. And in particular, South Africa has signed 2 bilateral agreements with the People's Republic of China that include specific cooperation agreements or other arrangements relating to illegal wildlife trade. In addition, South Africa has signed a memorandum of understanding on biodiversity conservation and protection with the Vietnam People's Republic, as well as with Cambodia. In order for us to enhance cooperation with the governments of these countries on biodiversity management, on conservation and protection, as well as on compliance with CITES and other relevant internationally binding conventions, amongst others. In terms of these cooperation agreements, relevant authorities exchange information and experiences on CITES enforcement, issues pertaining to permits and compliance with the convention, as well as conducting joint operations on compliance with CITES permit conditions, because indeed, most often there are conditions set. The cooperation agreements also include elements aimed at increased awareness of the general public and mass media. Within the SADC region, coming back home, South Africa is actively cooperating bilaterally with Mozambique to combat the scourge of poaching, particularly in the Kruger National Park, where we share fences. In some instances in those areas, we have actually lowered the fences to create the Peace Park, as well as also in the illegal wildlife trade. And we have, in this regard, also signed a memorandum of understanding on biodiversity conservation and management, and that was signed in April 2014. And the implementation plan of this MOU is also in place. We are operating on it, and successes are being registered. In addition, South Africa is cooperating with other SADC countries through the implementation of SADC law enforcement and anti-poaching strategy that is applicable and implementable from this year, 2016 to 2021. We'll review when we get towards the 2021, which has an overall objective to significantly reduce the level of poaching and illegal trade in wildlife, fauna, and flora, and enhance law enforcement capacity in the SADC region by 2021. This strategy includes cooperation in law enforcement and anti-poaching initiatives, which is in line with the provisions of the SADC Protocol on wildlife conservation and law enforcement. From an enforcement perspective, South Africa also works closely with what we call IQUIC. It's an international consortium on combating wildlife traffic, which is made up of Interpol, the World Customs Organization, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, commonly known as UNODC, the World Bank, as well as the CITES Secretariat. This includes, amongst others, participation in joint investigative meetings and operations with Interpol, the UNODC, and WCO, assistance to CITES in relation to development of seizures, reporting, documents, guidelines for taking rhino DNA and implementation of CITES Rhino Task Force activities, also support to the World Bank Global Wildlife Program, and through the implementation of the JEF UNEP Rhino Program, that is also focusing on South Africa, in particular in strengthening the enforcement capabilities in South Africa, as well as a strategic engagement through Interpol Environmental Compliance and Enforcement Committee, and Wildlife Crime Working Group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for a very detailed response. Minister, does the department have any data on the impact of such an MOU on the rate of poaching? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Oh, data on rates of poaching. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Through you, Honorable Chair. Yes, indeed, we do pick up data and we do record that data on poaching statistics. For instance, we work across, as I did indicate, that we work with IQUIC, bodies like IQUIC, which actually help us to move into other countries where the South African law enforcement agencies may not be able to go in. So we do pick up data, we do pick up trends, we do follow through on anyone who may be poaching. The recent example that I may give you of the follow through as well and getting the data, more data and recording, is when South Africa was assisted to get into the Czech Republic, where we actually never suspected that there could be poachers coming from that area or even users. So we were helped to get into those areas. Yes, we do have data, we do work together, we have various other research programs that we find in working in this cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hatting.
Honorable Chair, I would like to know, and thanks for the comprehensive response. I would like to know, with our big poaching problem, as far as the, can you hear me? Met de harder praat.
Ja, harder praat asseblief.
Specifically with the transport frontier parks, and taking into account the agreements and MOUs that's bilateral between governments, is there provision made for hot pursuit actions in cases of poaching, specifically focusing on our transfrontier parks with Botswana, Zim, as well as Mozambique? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Operation Hot Pursuit is a matter that falls squarely within the law enforcement agencies. I do know that they actually do it in the Mozambican area because there's cooperation between us and the law enforcement people in the Mozambican side. What makes this a little bit easier is the fact that there is in the Limpopo, Kruger National Park area up north, space where the fences have been lowered. So it is not difficult to actually work together. So the law enforcement agencies would do work together. If there's a need for not Operation Hot Pursuit being followed, there's a close working relations where our law enforcement in South Africa informs the other law enforcement area in the Mozambican area to follow through and follow those who are running away from us as poachers. Those who are within the communities, the law enforcement in Mozambique, fortunately, and I say very fortunately, we are very happy about that there's great cooperation now. We do not necessarily even need to follow through because the Mozambicans themselves are arresting many of these poachers. The example that you gave of 14 people who were arrested recently, they were coming from that particular area. So they were arrested here, and some are being arrested on the other side. They do call us to come and look at the samples, the material or the horns of whatever material that has been found. We do look at that because we do data banking of the DNA. So we then link with our Pretoria University. I must say that even our higher education and the academic world is actually participating and helping us a great deal. So the data banking of whatever DNA can be sent to Pretoria University from anywhere in this corner of this country where it's found. All you do is to use the machinery and send it for detection to see where it comes from. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, join me in thanking the Minister of Environmental Affairs. That was the last question. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to the Minister of Mineral Resources, Honorable Zwane. Honorable Zwane, question 196. In terms of our rules, Honorable Vauda of the EFF is not in the House, no arrangement was made, the question falls off. Meaning from your schedule, you are going to start with question 163 from Honorable Khai. I want you to be in order so that you don't make a mistake and start with 196. We're starting with 163 from Honorable Khai. Honorable Zwane.
No, thank you, Honorable House Chair. Operation Pakisa has set a target to achieve 30 exploration wells offshore in the next 10 years. As part of the ambitious effort to increase exploration activity in South Africa, most oil and gas companies globally have reduced spending on exploration and development because of the current international economic climate, influenced primarily by slump in prices, and South Africa is not exempted from this challenge. However, South Africa is still in a better position in that there is still acquisition of seismic data by exploration companies that have exploration rights, and that will assist to fast-track exploration. It must, however, be pointed out that if the international economic climate does not improve within the next 2 years, South Africa may possibly not be able to achieve the target it has set itself. Notwithstanding the prevailing low oil price environment, South Africa continues to see major international oil and gas companies obtaining exploration rights or participation interest in exploration rights granted to other companies.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khai.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I wanted to check in this situation, what is the role then that can be played by Petro SA to invest in the search for oil and gas? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, it will help us a lot in moving this process forward, although as I've already indicated, it alone will not assist the situation that much. We need to hope for the better in terms of the climate changing and ensuring that we continue to attract foreign investment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now, Honorable Labuskachen.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Minister, is it not true that none of these companies has yet allocated a significant budget for the development in South African operations and will not do so until you address the investment climate or conditions of which legislative insecurity is a key aspect, as the MPRD bill does not make provision for offshore oil and gas explorations at the moment?
Honorable Minister, it's entirely up to you. There's question 196, there's question 163. Your question is not entirely linked to question 163, but Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order. On a point of order, I ask, can I repeat the question? I said, is it not true that none of these companies...
Honorable Labuskachen, I've heard the question.
Yes.
That is why I'm giving the opportunity to Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, it's entirely up to you.
Well, I didn't follow the question well.
Honorable Labuskagen, you can repeat your question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, is it not true that none of these companies has not allocated a significant budget in order to development South African operations yet? And will not continue or will not do so until the legislative framework is secure. And the legislative framework that I refer to is the MPRD bill, because that doesn't make provision for offshore oil and gas explorations at the moment.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for repeating the question. I visited a number of countries these past few weeks, and I can say to the honorable member that the interest is very high in terms of investors coming to South Africa to invest at this level. The issue of the MPRDA is being raised frequently, and we should be knowing how far is it. And I should also say that we are engaging with the Department of Energy in terms of the aspect that the member is raising, and we are addressing that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. Just to say, the minister mustn't be afraid to answer. Yeah, he's mandated to answer. It's not the cabinet, he's mandated here to answer. But House Chair,
Honorable members. Honorable Julius, can you ask your supplementary question?
I want to, yes.
Continue.
Honorable Minister, South Africa is currently in the process of ratifying the Paris COP21 agreement, like Honorable Sifako did earlier before we started with the questions. And this aims to reduce carbon emissions in order to fight climate change in the world and locally. Now, the aim is to reduce gas and oil production in South Africa. The move is towards cleaner energy. However, gas and oil production are some of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. Now, how does your department plan to balance offshore oil and gas production against the promises contemplated in the Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Honorable Julius. Honorable Minister, that is a entirely new question to the original question, but it's entirely up to you to comment, Honorable Minister.
Well, I do understand why the member said I should not be afraid to answer. The President has already said that the development of oil and gas will be a game changer in our economy in South Africa. As a department tasked with other departments to see to it that that happens, we are busy setting up plans, continuing in ensuring that do happen. The issues the member is discussing in terms of the Paris Agreement, I guess would have been advantageous of him if those issues were raised with my colleague earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to question 174, Honorable Minister from Honorable Labuskagen. Question 174.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me just correct a small spelling error, I think. The department is led by me and I am he. I'm not here. In the question, it was asked, how far is her department? Nevertheless, the reply is, we have developed an online mining licensing application system known as the South African Resource Administration System, SAMRAT in short, and that was done in 2011 in response to addressing one of the binding constraints identified in the mining sector strategy that sought to modernize the regulatory framework to make it globally competitive. At the time of its development, the department was faced with challenges pertaining to better management of the order of receipt and processing of applications. The SAMRAT system was developed after an international comparative analysis was done in Canada and Australia, amongst others, to look at their electronic system, and the outcomes were used to inform the format of SAMRAT. Modernization of the system continued to be work in progress so that levels of transparency can be continuously improved. The department has embarked on a process of developing an integrated IT system, bringing together various platforms currently used for the mining industry. These are being used in development of an integrated system. Although information is available on the system currently, the benefits of the integrated system would be an enhancement of the ease with which information on the rights and permits will be available. The improved SAMRAT system would also provide for information relating to commitments by the right holders relating to the social and labor plans being made public, as well as their annual reports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Abskakhan, do you have a follow-up question?
Very much, Minister, for explaining or giving feedback on the SAMRAT system. I just want to say, Honorable Minister, when I put in the question, I referred to your department as as in the mail format, and unfortunately there must be a typo in the office, in the questions office, because I know that you are a man. Thank you for the feedback on the SAMRAT system. I'm not so sure that, and I would like to have clarity on if you refer to the SAMRAT system as the same system that you referred earlier to in this year, that your department and the Department of Water and Sanitation announced that you are making all licenses issued by your department automatically available to the public, whether there's a link between the one environmental system, the application for licenses, and the SAMRAT. What is the reason you haven't implemented this, and is there a time frame for implementing it? You referred to SAMRAT, and I ask if there is a link between SAMRAT and the one environmental system and the automatic availability of the information to the public. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, in short, I should say there is no link. The SAMRAT system has to deal with our own system as the department. The one environmental system is a system where we are easy doing business in South Africa and ensuring that we integrate and shorten the processes which was normally taken for a person to have a mining right.
Thank you. Honorable Tumya.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I just want to check with the Minister. Are we winning in terms of giving our black people mining rights in this sector? Can you say we are on course in terms of changing this sector and empowering black people?
Honorable Minister.
Well,
order.
Let me thank the question and say one of our emphasis in the department is to ensure that we continue in that trajectory. Much has been done in terms of empowering our own people. There are challenges that we're dealing with. Just for the members' information, we are currently reviewing the mining charter to try and address issues that were challenges. But we are on course. I'm happy with the progress of transformation in this regard.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mutlashuping.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, as a democratic, accountable, and transparent government, you know, every time I like it.
Please
that
speak to the
ANC
mic. Honorable Mutlashuping.
The African National Congress has brought about what many people are shouting at the moment. But the fact of the matter, my question is related to, is there any matter that we can say we are not transparent in terms of saying to the South African
Honorable
society
Member
as to
Mutlashuping.
the number of people.
Honorable Member Mutlashuping. Honorable Mutlashuping. Please, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you must listen to us when we are cheering. Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chair, the same member that don't respect the rules of this House just deliberately misled not only this House but the public by saying that the ANC government is accountable and transparent.
Okay, Honorable Smith, that is not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Let me thank the question and emphasize that indeed we are accountable and transparent. We, as I've indicated earlier on, when it comes to SAMRAT, the information in terms of who get given a license, whether be a prospecting right or a mining right, is available on the SAMRAT for perusal, and the requirements for South Africans and people who are interested in mining in South Africa are there to be scrutinized by everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mutlashuping, please don't repeat what we just did now. When we speak to you, you must listen. Please.
I apologize, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. The last one will be Honorable Labuschachen. She's repeating herself because we don't have other members.
Thank
Over
you,
to
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, you referred in your answer to the SAMRAT system as one of the reasons that it that it will improve the level of transparency, which is a good reason. And I would like to know, does your department have at this stage a knowledge of the impact that this system have on the transparency in your department? And would you undertake to include the impact of the SAMRAT system in your annual reports in future? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, it makes it easy for people who want to do business with the department, because sometimes you find that somebody is interested in acquiring a right where there's already a right existing. Now, the availability of the information on our system makes it easy for somebody to log in and see if this right can still be applied for or not. As to the second issue, whether I would consider putting this in an annual report. If that is a need, I do not foresee any problem in doing so.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now on question 170, which was asked by the Honorable Member Kaola. He is not in the House, but he has delegated the responsibility to the Honorable Member Gaila. Over to you, Honorable Minister. Before question 170.
The notion of productivity is often looked through a single prism of worker productivity. However, it is our considered view that multi-factor productivity that spans a combination of factors such as efficiencies in production, management, as well as investment and social returns are critical considerations in the determination of the so-called productive mines. As you may be aware, South Africa has been ranked the wealthiest mining jurisdiction in the world in terms of the non-energy commodities. This wealth has been quantified at a minimum estimated at 50,000 trillion in reserves, exclusive of the geological potential for discovery of new mineral resources and reserves. It is for this reason that the democratic government, ably led by the African National Congress, continues to progress the program of transformation of the mining industry, with a particular focus on deracializing the ownership of the industry, consistent with the vision of building a non-racial, non-sexist, and normal society. B and C, the department is not in a position to comment on the ownership of the mines, as the matter of interpretation of the ownership element of the mining charter is still sub judice. The DMR, however, and the Chamber of Mines are progressing well to finalize negotiations to settle out of court on the impeding declaratory order.
Thank you, Honorable Gaila.
Transformation in the system is slow, and it is limited to a selected few. And those selected few, unfortunately, are ANC members, whether we like it or we don't like it. The selected few members of ANC, cadres of the ANC, benefit from transformation. Now, the question is, what is the criteria used to select the previously disadvantaged individual of the country to acquire mining rights, and what systems have you got in place to curb fronting in the sector?
Honorable Gaila.
Thank you.
Honorable Mtumye, why are you on your feet?
On a point of order, Honorable House
What
Chair.
is the point of order?
In his question, Honorable Gaila is making an allegation that rights are granted to selective few. Among them, he counts members of the ANC as an allegation, but the records is as fact. And now I think that is misleading. That's number one. And number two, the ANC is not in this house to respond for itself on that allegation.
Are you done?
And number three, ANC members are also South Africans enjoying all the rights that other South Africans are enjoying. So they've got the right to apply for mining rights as well.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mtumye. I think that one is not a point of order, it's a point of debate. Honorable Minister, continue.
Well, I do not encourage leaders to pinpoint at South Africans based on their different parties, because that is not going to help us moving forward. But the fact of the matter is that the honorable member that is represented by the honorable member that has asked a question. In my first presentation last year, the honorable member asked me to go and visit his area. And I undertook that I will go there and...
Minister, I believe the Honorable Gaila will deliver the message that the Honorable Minister is helping everybody irrespective of their political affiliation. Thank you very much, Honorable
Point
Minister.
of order, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Mtumye?
Honorable Chair, I rise, perhaps I am mistaken to say point of order. I rise on a point of privilege. I want to place on record that I am not satisfied with the ruling of the chair with regard to my point of order I raised earlier, and I shall end up subjecting the point of order or the ruling of the chair on review in terms of the rules.
Okay, you're welcome, Honorable Member. Another follow-up is from the Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, if the Minister can tell me what is your department's plan to ensure that ownership distribution are not limited to ANC politically connected elites such as Minister Ramatlodi, your predecessor, and Deputy President Ramaphosa, but actually benefit ordinary black South Africans?
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable Minister.
I rise on a point of order.
Wait for the mic, yes.
I rise on a point of order.
What is the point
As
of
a
order?
member of the Ethics Committee, I know that Honorable Deputy President Ramaphosa does not hold mining shares. The member is misleading the public and he needs to withdraw, Chair.
Okay, the Honorable Makua, I will check on that one and then I'll come back with the ruling. Thank you. Honorable Lamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I rise on a point of order. Honorable Deputy President and Honorable Ramatlodi are ordinary South Africans.
Honorable Dlamini, I will also check on that one and come back with the ruling. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister?
I thought I'd answered this question. But let me say to the honorable member...
Order, members.
The top 10 richest individuals in the mining sector, unfortunately, happen to be everybody across, mainly white South Africans. And as a department, we do not have a problem with that, because those are the people
Order, Honorable Smith.
Who have acquired this right rightfully so. Going forward, I have said, honorable member, that the requirements are there for all the South Africans to enjoy the benefit, irrespective of where they come from. This notion of thinking that members of the African National Congress are not South Africans. It's a wrong notion that we as leaders must discourage and ensure that all of us in this house continue to build a non-racial South Africa where all the people, including the ANC members, will be treated fairly and the same as everybody else.
We continue, we move forward. We are now on question 162, asked by the Honorable J.P. Pakis, Honorable Minister. And the Honorable Member is not in the House, but an arrangement was made that the Honorable Acting Chief Whip will then respond to the question. Over to you, Honorable Minister. 162.
Thank you, House Chair. The department is continuously reviewing the impact of the one environmental system on all the applications. The fragmented nature of the mining regulatory framework was previously highlighted as one of the binding constraints to sustainable growth and competitiveness of our mining and mineral sector. To address these measures were put in place to design and implement a strategy aimed at achieving true integration without causing disruption to the orderly and optimal exploitation of resources. The introduction of the one environmental system resulted in the integration of the mining authorization, environmental authorization, and water use license within the mining industry. The system has assisted in eliminating the duplicates processes that generally caused huge delays and has also contributed to the streamlining of new investments and thus significantly boosting the ease of doing business in the mining sector. During the implementation process, the impact of stringent requirements that have affected the small-scale miners, thereby making it difficult for them to participate, was identified. The department will continue to work with its partners to address the implementation challenges that are being identified. All applications are lodged spontaneously in terms of the NEMA and MPRDA. Applications for permits and rights are lodged in terms of the MPRDA for the purpose of adjudicating environmental authorization. The process is triggered by an application for a right or a permit, which requires the applicant to submit specific environmental reports. The rate of approval, rejection, or objection depends on the level of adherence to the legislation requirements by the applicants. There is no provision for rejection of environmental authorization in the legislation. Rejections can only be made with the applications for rights or permits in terms of the MPRDA. For an example, if an application is lodged in an area where there is an existing right, such application will be rejected. With the implementation of the one environmental system, the objections in terms of the NEMA are to be lodged with the Department of Environmental Affairs, as the Minister has said earlier on. There are also objections provided for in terms of the MPRDA, which objections are to be dealt with through the Regional Mining Development and Environmental Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mutara.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, when establishing the one environmental system, regulations relating to the residue stockpiles and residue deposits, as well as the regulations regarding financial provisions for rehabilitation, were not yet finalized. This meant that the MPRDA regulations remained in force. Have these regulations been finalized and addressed in the soon-to-be-concluded MPRDA amendment bill? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you for the question. Yes, MPRDA will be addressing these challenges that you have raised. Not only that, in fact, as I've said, we are working with the Department of Environmental Affairs in helping small-scale farmers when it comes to issues of finances, as that was identified as a challenge.
Thank you very much. Now that there is no indication that the members want to, you're just raising your hand now, Honorable Julius. Okay. I'll give an opportunity.
No, I thought it's not time for follow-ups now.
Or you please
Um,
come back to
my-
the House, sir.
My apologies.
Sure.
Honorable Minister, one of the goals of the environmental system are to speed up the process of licensing. Now, feedback given by the Minister to a written question on the 9th of September this year indicated a slowdown from 185 licenses in the 2013-14 financial year to 142 in 2015 and only 55 licenses between April and August in 2016. Now, what are the reasons for this slowdown? I know there's a challenge, but what are the reasons for it? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you for the question, honorable member. We do process applications on the basis of applicants applying. That is the first reason. The number of applications are always determined amongst other issues by how many people are applying. The system we're talking about was to try and reduce the time taken by an applicant before the applicant can actually have the right to mine. It was never an indication of a deterrent for people not to apply. I may not be able to say precisely currently now, honorable member, as to what are the reasons that has actually slowed down the interest. I'm sure the issue of the commodity prices will also feature highly on this matter being the cause of why the applications have been reduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 175 asked by the Honorable Member Lauskachan to the Honorable Minister. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The above categories are already covered by the current manual. However, subsequent to various inputs from stakeholders, it is envisaged that the conditions for and manner of access to categories of information referred to in paragraph A to E will undergo a review through the amendment of the Act. The information referred to paragraph F may in many instances require the submission of a request for records in terms of the Act, as such information is likely to contain protected information of a third party. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Lauskachan.
Chairperson, thank you, Minister. You said that some of these records is already being available. Those that are not available, A to E, I would like to know what is the time frame and the systems in place for the Minister to furnish these documents. And I also want to know, Minister, you are aware that the Department of Environmental Affairs and the Department of Water and Sanitation announced that they were making all licenses issued by those departments automatically available to the public without the process of asking permission to do so. What is the reason that your department doesn't want to do that?
Honorable Minister.
Well, the Act stipulates that the information identified in this question and the categories of records from A to B below are automatically and voluntarily available, as we are saying, to specific categories of persons without having to apply in terms of this Act. Those persons are the landowners of the land, lawful occupiers, and other interested or affected parties. For any other request, the following will apply. The mining and prospecting rights, including mine and prospecting works programs, registered prospecting and mining rights are automatically available for the public from the Mineral and Petroleum Titles Registration Office. However, this will exclude the annexed prospecting work programs and mining work programs, which may contain commercial or financial information, and these documents have to be applied for in terms of the Act. As we engage with my colleagues, because we meet and engage on these issues, we will be able to synchronize this process so that there's harmony and we act in sync in terms of what the Act says.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was your last question. A round of applause, honorable members, for the Minister. Thank you very much. We'll expect you even tomorrow. Now we're moving to question 158, asked by the Honorable O.J. Sefako to the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our response is as follows. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has established a panel of lawyers and mediators under the auspices of Land Right Management Facility to assist the occupiers who are facing both legal and illegal eviction. The role of the mediators is to mediate dispute between occupiers and landowners, and the role of the lawyers is to represent occupiers who are facing eviction in court. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Sefako.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, I think will agree with me that illegal eviction is a historical fact, where the evictees happen to be the black workers and the black dwellers. Under the new dispensations, the question will be, what is it that is done by the department to create advocacy or awareness to make the evictees aware of their legal rights or where they can even get the assistance? Secondly, what resources are there to address such activities? Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the follow-up question. Of course, I agree that the eviction, the illegal eviction is historic, of course, as you have mentioned. But what we have done as a department, as part of awareness, is that we have informed all municipalities and all ward councillors with a toll-free number that we have, which is 0800 007 095, for all of them to have that number so that they can contact us, and as they contact us, we'll transfer the case to the panel of lawyers that we have. Second, we are also having resources that we will put aside in terms of the new, in terms of the Amendment Act of the Extension of Security of 10-year Amendment Bill that has been tabled in the NA last year in September. So passing of that particular legislation will make us to set aside a grant which will be utilized for these people that are evicted illegally for them to get accommodation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Just a correction, it's Honourable Smith without the
Honorable
H.
Smith, my
Thank you.
apology.
Honourable House Chair, I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, what is her department doing to afford different stakeholders such as farm workers, farm owners and farm dwellers access to courts over and above the Land Rights Management Unit?
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
We have appointed a panel of lawyers. This panel of lawyers are the ones that are helping the farm dwellers, farm workers, and also everyone who is affected with this eviction. Because we're quite aware that these are poor people, they don't have any money to go to court. So on behalf of them, our panel of lawyers are going to court and represent them. We are not representing the farm owners because these are the perpetrators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Engelbrecht.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just like to ask the Minister in terms of the official number of illegal evictions in each province, and what is the department doing to afford the different stakeholders their rights? And then we're looking at the illegal occupations in terms of that as well. Questions, how are we going to prevent that? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, this is a new question. I don't have the numbers now presently, but we have the database in our department. But what we are doing now, we're looking forward for the passing of this amendment bill so that we can implement it fully, as there's lots of resources and lots of actions that we need to undertake under that particular amendment bill. Thank you.
Honorable Engelbrecht, you can submit your question in writing so that they give you the statistics. Thank you very much. The Honorable Member Mutlashupi.
No, thanks, House Chair. It is indeed correct that the question of evictions is very historic, and it relates to land dispossession. Now, if people are dispossessed of the land where they belonged for some time, becomes very hurting, it becomes very emotional. What is the department doing? Because African people were dispossessed of their land. Over and above that, you have never heard of any black farmer who has evicted tenants or whoever lives in the farm. It has only happened to the opposite. Now, what is the department doing in terms of reinstatement of people to their original land? Thank you.
Honorable Mutlashupi, let me check with you. You said you never had any black farmers being evicted, but it happened to the opposite. Please
I'm saying there's never been a black farmer who has ever evicted the tenants in his farm. But the opposite is the truth.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. To you, ma.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I said, that we also have got mediators.
Honorable Minister, there is a member standing. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. I'm rising on a point of order. Honorable Mutlapetsing is actually misleading. There are no facts to that.
Not Mutlametsing,
Oh,
Mutlashupi.
sorry. I apologize, Honorable Member, but where are the facts? You can't read facts from the back of a chappy paper and come mention it in the House here. There are no facts to state that. Unless he can provide the facts, then he can say that.
Okay, Honorable Julius, let us allow the Honorable Minister to respond to the question, because indeed that is not a point of order. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The department, as I said, we have got also mediators who are mediating the dispute between the farm owners and the farm dwellers, the farm workers. So out of their report, they'll recommend to us what is it that we can do. As you're quite aware that we have got a program that is called proactive land acquisition. So we rather buy the land and transfer it to the farm workers and farm dwellers as they have accumulated that status. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was the last follow-up question. We now move to question 172, asked by the Honorable Kaula. Honorable Gela, are you available? Okay. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question has got three parts of it, and in all the three parts, whether we have initiated, implemented, and monitored the departmental programs in KZN. The answer is yes, yes, yes. And I have a list of 208 projects that we are monitoring, that we are implementing, that we have initiated. I don't know whether I read all of them, or I can hand over to the person that is standing on behalf of the member.
You're welcome, Honorable Minister, to do whatever you want to do. You're welcome. Honorable Gela, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Deputy Minister. One of the projects is the Makatini Flats project in KwaZulu-Natal. It is a project that was planned in 2014, a project whereby the government has invested a lot of money in, and it is a project that is not sustainable. The question then is, because this project is a white elephant, what are the plans of the department regarding this project? Because it's not sustainable. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, I'm not sure that the project is not sustainable, but we have invested money in the Makatini Flat projects in the KZN area. The minister visited the project. The deputy minister, Squatcher, visited the project. So there are systems that are put in place to help our community really to be productive in that project. It's not that it's defunct. It is functional, but it's not profitable. So we're helping them together with the Department of Agriculture to structure the business case in that particular project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the answers from the Minister, but I'd like to know from the Minister how many people are permanently employed as a result of these projects. If she's got the figures here, give it to us. If she doesn't have it, she can write to us.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, definitely, I don't have figures of how many people, but the projects, as I held them here, there are 208. And some of the projects, most of them, about 99% are cooperatives. So cooperatives with more than 5 people. So I don't have the figure now as it is upfront, but I think it can be calculated.
Thank you very much. He can also do likewise and submit in writing if ever you still need the numbers of those people. We are moving forward to question 160 asked by the Honorable Member Khai to the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has been providing input on a regular basis on the agriculture and rural development and land pakisa, which is currently have started. So we cannot really be sure now that we'll have a link with the agri-villages on our pakisa, because the pakisa of agriculture and land reform is not yet approved by cabinet. So it is still in the earlier stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khai, do you have a follow-up question?
accept the response, but I just wanted to check whether if there are any linkages then between the agri-parks and agri-villages, and if any, how are the linkages operating?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Can I just unpack the agri-villages? Agri-villages are these communities that we have built in farms. And we've got 2 in Mpumalanga and 1 in the Eastern Cape that we have established as a department. But in that, we are supporting them in terms of agricultural issues. Some of them, we are creating a grazing land for them, communal grazing, because they are agri-village. And they are also farming. So these are the people that, as part of the agri-park, they are the ones, because here, they are only subsistence. They are not smallholder farmers. But in their subsistence way where they are farming, if they need to be upgraded, then they can be upgraded and be given farms so that they become smallholder farmers and supply the agri-park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Smith, your hand was up.
Smith.
Oh,
Thank you,
Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I will remind you until you remember. Honorable Chair, I would like to know from the Deputy Minister, are there any initiative or intensive infrastructure investment plans on the table currently to ensure that South Africa capitalize on Transnet's railway network to connect all the agri-parks and villages and other industries and mines in order to stimulate the economy and create job opportunities? It is a cooperative governance issue because it is going to be all over, but that is necessary for rural development.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Smith, an agri-village, we have created an agri-village where we have built houses, fenced their homestead and their grazing land, build holding facility for animal handling, the deep tanks, we've built bridges, we've built boarding schools, we've built community hall, we've built street lights, solar lights, we've built solar geysers. So this is a village. So when you look at this village as against the agri-park, as agri-park where everybody who's farming, who will send their produce to for it to be sold, they still have got a chance. But you can't build an abattoir, for example, for an agri-village as a smaller village. But you can build an abattoir for a community in a municipality so that the slaughter will be professional and they can supply the agri-park. So agri-park and agri-village, these are 2 different things.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member, Kayla.
Honorable Chair, I'm standing on point of order. The Honorable Minister either didn't understand my question or didn't answer it because I specifically asked related to rail infrastructure to link up with these different entities.
Honorable Smith, that is not a point of order. It's not a point of order. What you are supposed to say is to say, can the Honorable Minister answer that part because you raised it and he did not. Honorable Minister, let me give you a chance, ma'am.
Well, within an agri-park operation, there will be transport logistic. But as it stands now, I can't say that there will be rail there will be trucks there will whatever there. So now the agri-park is still under the process. So, but in the plan, the whole plan of the agri-park, all these logistic things will be put in the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Kayla.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your answer. I agree with you that the agri-villages will stimulate the economy of the different places. One of, especially of the agri-villages, will stimulate the agri-parks. I think that's what you are trying to, what we are saying. Now, when do you think, because one of the agri-parks is in the OR Tambo region in Eastern Cape, when would that agri-park be built? And as far as the agri-villages are concerned, to stimulate the economy in that area, because it depends on agriculture, how many agri-villages are to be built in those areas? And if any, will there be any in Port St. John's? Because that's a citrus area. And if you don't have the answers, Minister, you can always give me in writing.
Please allow the Honorable Minister to respond. Honorable Deputy
Thank you
Minister.
very much. I just want to explain a village in a rural area and an agri-village. An agri-village is in a farm state. And a village, normal village, where under the traditional leadership, what we have in our rural communities is not the same as the agri-park. So we're not going to create that village to be an agri-park, because the agri-village is always established in farms. The farms that we are buying for the farm dwellers and the farm workers, that's where we create the agri-village. In the villages where there's traditional leadership, the traditional leadership will allocate land to their own citizens in that area for them to produce food. And while they've got the land, then our department, the Department of Agriculture, will support them in terms of mechanizing what they're supposed to do there, so that they produce food for their livelihood and also food that they can sell and deliver to the agri-park. So these are the two issues. So agri-villages cannot be established under the traditional leadership area.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'm going to request the members to respect our ministers. If ever you put on your follow-up question, please allow the minister to respond. If it is a new question, it does not link to the one that the honorable member asked, then the honorable minister will refer you to submit your question in writing. Thank you very much. I can see the honorable members agree.
As well.
Okay, Honorable Mtumia.
I think some members are really abusing their privileges. They know for the fact that in terms of the rules, you can't raise a question whose response requires statistics.
Honorable Mtumia, please, that is not a point of order. If ever the honorable minister does not have the statistics, he will always refer the question. So normally, if ever the minister has got some questions, responses, he will do that. Let's allow the House to run, honorable members. The honorable member Gaila, do you want to withdraw?
On a point of order.
What is the point of order?
We've got a whip here. Honorable Mtumia is not a chief whip.
Oh,
Thank you.
You see, you're out of order, Honorable Gaila. the Honorable Mtumia is a whip in his capacity as the whip of his province. We are now, I did not see any hand. Now we continue to question 193, asked by the honorable member, Chabangu is not in the house, and I did not receive any arrangement, Acting Chief Whip. Yes, so this one we'll pass on it, Honorable Deputy Minister. We'll go to question 189, asked by the Honorable Member Smith from Limpopo Province.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform does not have a plan to capitalize or to give recap on mining developments. We only give recap on smallholder farmers, Mostly 90% of the recap is going to the state farms that have been leased out to our communities, and also those who will be producing for the agri-park. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Member Smith, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I do, Honorable Chairperson.
Over to you.
Honorable Honorable House Chairperson, can the Honorable Deputy Minister please tell me, with regards to the richest platinum reef discovered in Mogalakwena, with various other minerals, will your department initiate a strategic plan to develop railroad and other infrastructure to stimulate the rural economy towards sustainable rural development that will contribute towards small business development and entrepreneurship in Mogalakwena and beyond?
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
No.
Thank you very much. That was short and precise. The Honorable Member Wana, I saw your hand up.
Sorry, Chairperson. I wanted to correct last meeting wakona.
You are allowed to correct.
Mr. Smith, when we are making follow-up, there's no need to create a new question so that we can be confused, and you are confusing the whole topic because the Deputy Minister.
Okay, Honorable Wana, can I rule on the point of order that Honorable Wana raised? Honorable Wana, that is not a point of order, ma. It is all over in the hands of the Honorable Minister, if ever he is ready to respond to the question. And indeed, she did that. Thank you very much. Honorable Smith?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Can you please remind the Honorable Member the rules of the House does not allow her to address me directly, but through you.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. The Honorable Member Wana, next time address the Honorable Smith through the Chair of the House, not directly to the Honorable Smith. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to question 159, asked by the Honorable Member Nyambi. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, this is a work in progress. The situation and gap analysis was completed on all government stakeholders that are nested within the national, provincial, and local, both the district municipalities and metropolitan municipalities spheres of government, with rural development mandate, because our responsibility is rural development. These include the summative analysis on their priority programs associated with budgetary details and target beneficiaries. It further evaluates the level of intergovernmental collaboration involved in the implementation of the rural development mandate. As you're quite aware that as a department, we also coordinate all spheres of government in South Africa and all national departments which has got a dealing of service delivery in a rural area. Its successes and shortcomings and possibility areas of duplication and fragmentation of mandates and programs relate to rural development. So our responsibility as we coordinate, we make sure that we don't do duplication so that every rural area must be touched by government of South Africa. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform is in a process of overlaying this information with census, household profiling, and community survey results to then map investment and lag therefore versus population decline or increase in rural spaces, as well as the proximity of such investment in relation to the agri-park program. This forms part of the socio-economic impact assessment study for a rural development agency. The department has recently completed the rural norms and standards, which are guidelines for the provision of social services infrastructure. The tools developed assist in targeting growing areas for investment. As you're quite aware that as a department, we've got a section that deals with rural enterprise and industrial development. So this is how we come in and create those rural businesses in our rural communities and rural industries so that people can really come back and participate in their economy in those rural spaces. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Member, do you have a follow-up question? Honorable Nyambi?
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Akusiyo i-follow-up question, kepha kubonga le mpendulo lesithola ngisho ukuthi singakujabulela thina lesi lana kule ndlu yemkhandlu wetifundza ukuthi sithole lolu cwaningo ukuze ukuthi sitawukhona kulisebenzisa uma sihlangana nabo bantu lesibamele labasemakhaya beve ukuthi leli tiko selihambe kangakanani and bona abantu basemakhaya abasaleli emuva. Sitakujabulela ukuthi uma leli cwaningo sekela minister ukuthi nathi silithole ukuze sitolisebenzisa ekomitini uma sihlangane nalo litiko. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. Mama ka sagage shure re tšae takitsa dipele di nwa maswi fresh. Dipotšišo tše di member ba ba di botšiša ka mo le kgonne go di araba. We are really thankful, and that was the last question because I don't see an indication of the honorable members for a follow-up question. You deserve a serious round of applause. Honorable members, please. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Even in future, when we invite you, please prepare yourself like you did today. But what I've seen is that is in your knowledge. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we are moving on to question 153, asked by the Honorable Member MC.D. Khali to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, and the member arranged with the Honorable Zwane to then come up with a follow-up question. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. South African Tourism is the entity with a mandate to market tourism in the country, both international and domestic. It has a tourism marketing strategy whose implementation in partnership with the industry, travel trade, other government departments and stakeholders has seen increased growth in numbers of international tourists, revenue generated and contribution to the gross domestic product in pursuit of the goals of the National Tourism Sector Strategy and the National Development Plan. Briefly, the overall tourism marketing approach is premised on the following. Firstly, investing in selected markets for leisure tourism and decision centers for business events to deliver volume and value in order to contribute to the South African economy by increasing the number of travelers into and within South Africa. Secondly, engaging stakeholders and partners to deliver quality visitor experiences that reaffirm the brand promise by revamping the value proposition of tourism grading. Thirdly, convincing potential visitors that South Africa can be trusted to deliver memorable experiences and successful business events by building positive awareness of the South African experience. And fourthly, engaging the distribution channel to promote South Africa in order to grow tourism. Furthermore, in recognition of the domestic tourism market factors and the need to strengthen performance in this regard, the department is also reviewing the domestic tourism strategy with a view to effectively position domestic tourism as the backbone of our tourism economy, as is the case in many countries across the world. The second part of the question on the skills development strategy, very briefly, the Department of Tourism developed a tourism human resource development strategy in 2008, which was informed by a sector skills audit also conducted in 2008. The department now, working in partnership with the sector education authorities, which fall under the Department of Higher Education, and the industry, is currently reviewing the sector skills audit and revising the tourism human resources development strategy. The overall outcome of this process will be a revised skills audit report and a tourism human resource development strategy with an implementation plan and a monitoring and evaluation framework. These documents will guide the planning and implementation of human resource development initiatives in the tourism sector starting in 2017. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member Zwane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. However, one would like to make a follow-up as to, yes, indeed, tourism is a very important economic driver. However, your strategies need to also reach municipal areas. Let me cite one example in KZN. Reinkonyen municipal area is a very popular tourist destination. The blue flag beaches, they are attracting tourists to go to those areas. But we also do have tourism activities in the hinterland that also need to be marketed. My question is, how effective are your marketing strategies? How do you cascade them first to municipal areas, but how effective are they in ensuring that the hinterland also gets marketed? Because there's a lot of tourism that can attract tourists in the hinterland. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zwane. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks for the question. The marketing is not the sole responsibility of SA Tourism. There are provincial marketing agencies, and most municipalities have their own marketing agencies. Certainly cities do, but even smaller towns also have, in many cases, websites and destination marketing activities. Clearly, a lot of our key destinations are in what might be referred to as the hinterland, in the deeper rural areas. And so they would constitute part of our overall marketing of the diversity of products that South Africa has to offer. In terms of some of the things that can be done with the municipalities, we are moving away, and I'll answer this in a later question as well, with our limited resources on the sort of project-by-project kind of approach, because we simply can't reach enough places, or we just don't have enough resources to follow up, and often we then find ourselves in the difficult position of having, in response to a request, initiated a project in a municipality or outside of a municipality, and then it is not in our hands to ensure that the project is sustainable, that it is properly followed up, and often these projects then lead to failure. So we are now approaching, as the Honourable Member correctly said, more sort of programmatic approaches. For example, the retention of the blue flag beach status, employing people, working with a partner in order to do that, working with municipalities, yes, but we have a single partner. So as the Honourable Member well knows, we've appointed 200 people as the first phase of the Blue Flag Beach project, which we would see as the beginning of a much broader working for tourism kind of approach, where we will concentrate on destination enhancement rather than projects that have businesses attached to the projects, which we really aren't in control of, and which isn't really what government should be doing. But I think the point is well made, that often some of the most beautiful parts of our country are precisely in that hinterland and are not adequately marketed. And I think it is a joint challenge for us and the provincial marketing agents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member Kayla.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, you've partly answered me, but what one would like to know, tourism can create a lot of work, especially in the unemployed areas, the rural areas. What are the plans, or are there any plans in progress to diversify tourism in the heritage areas of the Eastern Cape? Also the wild coast areas of Dwebe, Dwesa, Mboki, Hole in the Wall, Port St. John's. Those are very beautiful areas. What assistance can you give to the province and to the municipalities? Because there's a lot of work that can be created through tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kayla. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I mean, this question does come up in a, or these issues come up in a following question, if you like. We work with the provinces. So far, the kinds of projects that we've supported have been submitted to us by the provinces. But at the end of the day, you know, it is a concurrent function. The provinces, all of the provinces have departments of tourism, have entities. All we can do with our resources is to give some kind of support to what's happening in the provinces. But with respect to the job creation, it's similar to what the Minister of Finance said yesterday, that, you know, jobs will follow if tourism grows. Tourism will grow if we offer a good tourism package. And if we market our country well, it'll grow in all of the provinces of the country, because tourists don't only come to a single city or a single province. Obviously, there are some places that attract more tourists than others, but inevitably, when the absolute numbers increase, then the distribution also happens accordingly. We are trying actually quite actively in the increase of numbers to get a better seasonal spread and a better geographic spread in terms of when tourists come to South Africa, getting more people to come in the so-called off-season, and marketing places that are not the typical places that attract large numbers, like Cape Town, for example. We would encourage people to go to places like the Northern Cape, Free State, Northwest, even the Eastern Cape, if you really insist. But the truth of the matter is, some of these places have the most beautiful offerings, and some of the offerings in these places are quite far away from airports. For example, the Wild Coast. The Wild Coast has to be one of our most untapped places of huge tourism potential. But it is linked to infrastructure as well, and ease of access, road access in this case. But, you know, we can go on for quite a long time, but the fact of the matter is, any kind of growth in tourism numbers translates into significant numbers of jobs, because it is a very employment-intensive industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mpambo Shibukwana.
Thank you, Medikhale House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, as tourism is the most important and largest contributor to our country's gross domestic product, we have to do as much as possible to attract tourists from abroad through marketing and word of mouth. Why is it that the tourists have to wait for hours at our national entry points in order to be screened at the biometrics points? And what efforts have you made from your department to address this issue together with the Minister of Home Affairs in order to achieve your goals? Thank you.
It will depend on you, Honorable Minister. You have heard that it's not related to the...
I answer all questions. I don't treat any
Thank
question
you,
as a
thank you very
silly
much.
question.
Thank you very much. Continue.
But I'm not always in a position to answer. I mean, it isn't the domain and responsibility of the Department of Tourism. But in answer to the second part of your question, what are we doing about it? Yes, we are engaging with the Department of Home Affairs, because we are concerned about the long queues at especially OR Tambo International Airport. The other airports, we don't seem to have the same kind of problem. And we've read a lot about it. It's a huge inconvenience to people coming to South Africa. And in many, many cases, people have missed their, what you call connecting flights. And that becomes a massive inconvenience. We are in discussion with Home Affairs. We will be raising it. I know the industry has raised it directly with the Deputy President. I think at this stage, it's a matter of appreciating the value and the importance of taking biometric data upon arrival, but increasing the staff members at these airports so that it doesn't result in unnecessary holdups. Thank you.
The last follow-up will be from the Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, what I would like to know from the Minister, it's in relation with the horse racing program, which we have seen in the area which is rural in Berlin, in Buffalo City, which is related to tourism. What I would like to know from the Minister is the department involved in terms of ensuring the sustainability of such and as well marketing of the project itself? Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
I could answer with a single word, and that is no. But you know, I think we're not involved. We're not directly involved. In fact, I wasn't even aware of the potential that is there. But there are so many events and festivals and sporting events that can form part of our tourism marketing package. And so a smallish festival could be a big thing for a small town, like the Oyster Festival in Knysna, the Marula Festival, exactly, and other festivals. And of course, sporting events as well. Horse racing is a very big thing. I think if horse racing, if there is a horse racing event in Buffalo City, it's up to the Buffalo City. It has its own metro, or it's rather its own marketing agency for the city. And of course, the province has a marketing agency. Between the city and the province, they should be marketing this event, and we'll assist them as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. My apology to those who raised their hands after the fourth one. We have to move on. We are now on question 180, asked by the Honorable Member Engelbrecht. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The answer to this question is no. The Department of Tourism does not have plans to upgrade the Dinokeng Nature Reserve in Tshwane, which is a project of the Gauteng provincial government. In terms of attractions, though, at present the department's support is mainly focused on upgrading visitor information services and enhancing World Heritage sites. So, for example, in Gauteng, the Cradle of Humankind, we have put considerable resources into enhancing the Cradle of Humankind, as these sites, these World Heritage sites, have global status accorded to them due to their importance. Other projects that have historically received support have done so as part of our social responsibility program. These, Honourable Member, are some of the projects that are in the deeper rural areas and that are projects that are done closely with communities. That some of these projects have, all of these projects in fact, have been in response to submissions from provinces for infrastructure development and upgrades of tourist sites. As I said earlier, we're now moving away though from this project by project approach to one which is programmatic in approach and scale, such as the new Blue Flag Beaches initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member, do you have a follow-up question? Over to you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And Honourable Minister, thank you for your answer. Dinokeng is the first free-ranging Big Five reserve in Gauteng. And apart from that, it is very close to the airports, very close to the Wonderboom Airport, very close to the Oliver Tambo, and it is situated right in the middle of a very, very poor and impoverished rural area. It is therefore the ideal reserve to enhance exactly those factors that you were discussing slightly earlier. And I'd like to find out from you, what type of incentives would your department be prepared to provide to the landowners, especially in terms of developing lodges, making the place more amenable for the tourists, and then to create and improve the socio and economic livelihood of the people in that very poor community? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Well, thanks very much. I mean, I couldn't agree more that Dinokeng, if the Honourable Member can just discontinue his conversation directly with the questioner. The Dinokeng, I'll get onto the rich and poor issue in a moment, but the Dinokeng, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's being in such close proximity to both Pretoria and Johannesburg. It is the closest place that people can go to experience the Big Five. There's no question about that. So, and we do market it, in fact. But of course, they must also market themselves. And again, to repeat, there is a provincial marketing agency. And of course, they're both Tshwane and Johannesburg have marketing agencies as well. In terms of supporting, so no question about Dinokeng being an important tourist destination, if you like. In terms of supporting landowners and product owners in Dinokeng, I mean, there are a range of different landowners or product owners in Dinokeng, And we can't give them any kind of support that we wouldn't be giving to other product owners elsewhere. And we simply don't have the resources to give thousands of product owners some kinds of incentive to enhance their properties or enhance their offering. The only incentive program that we currently have that will be kickstarting effectively next year is an incentive program to move towards retrofitting with renewable energy. So that is one incentive program. For the rest, the other honorable member who wasn't on the floor is absolutely right. Our efforts should be going towards assisting really struggling new entrants to the sector, and that is small black-owned enterprises. And we have various support measures, mostly in terms of entrepreneurial support, advice, mentoring, training, and that sort of assistance that can be given to enterprises that are struggling to find their feet in a very competitive environment. Most of our larger, more established product owners are doing extremely well. Right now, with tourism booming, they are doing extremely well. I can't say that that necessarily applies to every one of them, but the story of tourism in our country is a good news story right now. But many, many, many thousands of small entrepreneurs are struggling with a lack of resources, with a lack of experience. So we really are moving. In fact, tomorrow, I'll be launching a next phase of our enterprise support program, which is in a hub close to the Pilanesberg area. And there'll be about 50 small enterprises that will be gathered there who will be part of our first pilot project of giving support to enterprises in a kind of a hubbed approach. We don't have enough time for me to tell you more about it, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Lund.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I must say, I think under your leadership, tourism is doing an admirable job. And I also appreciate your willingness earlier saying that there's no such thing as a stupid question. And our country has currently undergone some damage in the eyes of the international community with politics that's going on within the country. If there ever should be a motion of no confidence in the President, will you support such a motion or not?
Honorable Lund. Honorable Lund actually is out of order. Anyhow, Honorable Minister, you're not dealing with what the Honorable Member is raising. You are dealing with the issues of tourism. Please. He is ready to answer everything that goes with his department. We are now on tourism. We're dealing with tourism at the moment. I'm going to request the Honorable Minister not to even attempt to answer this question. Honorable Member, Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, noting that tourism is a concurrent function and that the Gauteng Department of Tourism is more involved with the Dinokeng Nature Reserve. There were plans a few years ago to expand the nature reserve to, I think, to about 25,000 hectares. But the expansion would have included privately owned lodges. Now, one of the issues that hampers access to tourism or tourist sites is the cost involved in accessing for ordinary South Africans, just to gain entry and access to be able to spend whatever little money they have left in those areas. In your MINMAC, would you then, as a request or an appeal, impress upon the MEC and those responsible from Gauteng as well as, of course, the municipality to engage with the private individuals who own the lodges to create favorable conditions and market-related access fees for those impoverished in the area of Dinokeng especially, but broadly in Gauteng and even neighboring provinces, because the area borders on other provinces, to be able to access it at better costs for South Africans. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Let's just leave this alone. Definitely, thank you. That's more than a question, it's a bit of advice, and we fully agree with you. And that has been a topic of discussion at the MINMEC meetings with the MECs. Clearly, we can't determine what the private sector or private product owners charge for their services or for their accommodation, but we can encourage them, especially off-season, to make special packages available, precisely because we are trying to encourage, and it is in their interest, an increase in domestic tourism. We're trying to encourage South Africans to see more of their country, travel around their own country. And the main reason why South Africans, and in particular black South Africans, it's all very easy to say, well, there isn't a culture of travel, etc. But the biggest reason why people don't travel and have holidays in their own country is because they can't afford it. As simple as that, for the majority. So people like yourself, chairperson occupying that high seat, where you have a reasonable salary compared to most, I'm sure you've done some domestic tourism. And I'm sure everyone in this house has done a little bit of travel and a little bit of tourism. But the majority of South Africans are excluded, I'm afraid. So when we speak about tourism for all, this year, which was the theme of Tourism Month, the focus was on universal accessibility, in other words, largely for people with physical disabilities. But in the South African context, that's a global theme, by the way, but in the South African context, the biggest challenge in order to achieve the tourism for all is affordability, is poverty and places being too expensive. We must start off with the places that we own, like the Cradle of Humankind, like Suikerbosrand, and places that belong to Gauteng province, that they don't necessarily have to make it free entry. But consider things that, for example, the cableway here at going up Table Mountain. On your birthday, you can take a free ride. And that's a good thing. It means at least one day in the year, if you live in Cape Town, doesn't matter how poor you are, you can get a free ride up Table Mountain. Kirstenbosch is offering similar packages. There are packages to pensioners, for example. So we are really encouraging, firstly, government-owned entities to make available more attractive packages to make sure that people can see and experience our own country. But we also encourage the private sector to be more generous and to avail the resources that they're actually privileged to own. Some of the people who own private nature reserves, etc., they're doing a great job and good for South Africa. But they are the privileged class. So, and some of them are doing wonderful social responsibility programs as well, we might add. And one day when you have opportunity, I'd love you to go and see some of them. But just share your resources with people who just don't have the money to be able to experience this wonderful stuff that we have in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We move on to question 154, asked by the Honorable Mtumye. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, the Department of Tourism places a high premium on partnerships, cooperation, and collaboration with strategic partners and has memoranda and cooperation agreements with various government departments, industry organizations, state-owned entities, and civil society organizations. The National Tourism Sector Strategy underlines the significance of collaboration with other departments and spheres of government at national, provincial, and local level, including collaboration with the private sector. Pursuant to this objective, the department participates in various fora aimed at improving coordination whilst contributing to the sustainable development of the sector. These collaborations have led to significant growth in tourism over the years. The growth, as evidenced in the number of tourist arrivals, contribution to GDP, as well as employment, is a clear indication that collaboration amongst all stakeholders is achieving the desired results. Of course, there is always room for improvement in this area. The collaborations have led to improved streamlining of policies and programs across spheres of government and industry, enhanced capacity to deliver on the concurrent tourism mandate, and better positioning of the destination. An example here, and there are others, is the improved air access through implementation of the air transport strategy. It is a strategy of the Department of Transport, but clearly connectivity and airlift is an essential component to bringing more tourists to our country. The latest, Chairperson, the latest tourism satellite account as released by Statistics South Africa indicates that the travel and tourism sector's direct contribution to GDP was 111 billion rand in 2014. Direct employment was at about 680,000 for the same period, 680,000 people directly employed. But meanwhile, the total or combined, that is direct and indirect contribution of travel and tourism to GDP, and this was calculated by the World, not by us, but by the World Travel and Tourism Council, it was put at 375 billion rand in 2015, with total employment, that is direct, indirect, and induced, at about 1.6 million people. That is huge, because the value chain is a very extensive value chain. So the total combined GDP contribution from travel and tourism was about 9.4% for 2015. As I've already said on various occasions, 2016 we're doing a lot better than we did in 2015. So whatever numbers of people were employed in 2015, you can expect the numbers to increase not only this year, but in the years beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtimnye, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Minister. This is one sector of the economy that is on the growth path when many others are actually on the downward stream. In your collaboration, Minister, between me and you will know in municipal areas, if you look at those IDPs, if you find tourism to be part of the IDP, it's less than a one-pager kind of a thing in terms of the municipality, let alone in the LET of a municipality. I'm no proponent of homeland, Minister, but in your former homeland, you have a lot of tourism offerings that are untapped. I'm not sure what in your collaboration with stakeholders as a department, or what is it that you assist with municipalities? Offerings that were done by a former homeland government. In the former Kwandebele, for instance, we have a nice offering called Umkhombo Dam, which is completely underutilized or untapped. I'm not sure what your department does to motivate municipalities. I know they are preoccupied with a number of things, basic services that they're supposed to offer to communities. But these are others. This is one sector that is on the growth path that they can tap in terms of developing their own local economy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
You're so right. You come from the province of the rising sun, is that correct? Yeah, Mpumalanga. I trust you all agree that Mpumalanga is the most beautiful province in the country. I don't think there can't be any. I see.
Wow, Mpumalanga order.
Did I say something wrong, Chairperson? But you started off by saying that you're not a supporter of a homeland policy. Of course, you're right. But I think what the practices may have been, we must always take the best, discard the worst. So I do work closely with, I work closely with all of the provincial governments and the MECs. And I think the onus is on the provincial governments to take lesson from what may have worked before and what didn't, of course. And so if there were some good programs in Kwandebele or wherever else in Mpumalanga, we should take a careful look at whether we don't want to reintroduce some of these programs. Having said that, if destinations like the Blyde River Canyon or the potholes or Pilgrim's Rest, etc., if those destinations are properly developed and tourists come, it's not that the only beneficiary of tourism is the guest house owner or the hotel owner. I said there's a long value chain. You see people that are standing outside Blyde River Canyon or God's Window selling their products. The more tourists come, the more products they can sell, and those are jobs, those are livelihoods. I think the challenge is for us to, amongst the many other things, of course, is to support those who are making these arts and crafts to be able to market them more effectively with facilities, but also to support them in the manufacture of these arts and crafts, because that is a huge industry. that goes beyond just the international tourist industry. The creative arts is a massive industry, but it is given a huge boost through tourism. So I don't know the particular programs that you're referring to, but I would agree that in many rural areas, the biggest economic opportunity is probably just in tourism. It's agriculture, essentially, and tourism. And in some places, the agricultural potential is very limited, but the tourism potential remains untapped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, in the absence of the Honorable Member Oni, and also that we did not receive any arrangement from the party and the member, this then takes us to the last question, which is question 155, asked by the Honorable Member Makue. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
There's a bit of Gauteng dominance here, Chairperson. While no formal investigation into the decline in tourism arrivals in 2015 was conducted, that was the question whether we have conducted an investigation. The department, though, for that period, 2015, we know what the tourism arrival statistics were. We continuously obtained information from tour operators and South African Tourism's country officers on the various factors impacting on the decline in tourist arrivals, because that was what the question is about. What were the factors that led to the decline? So, and then in addition, Chairperson, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa commissioned a study into precisely the contributing factors towards that decline, and it was a good study, a comprehensive study. This study was shared with the department and deemed by ourselves to be adequate to have insights into the contributing factors without us having to duplicate effort. Now, I mean, the contributing factors are well known to all of you. That was really the first 9 months of 2015. It was a combination of a few things. One was the Ebola factor, completely unfounded, of course. There was no Ebola in South Africa, but it was a factor because of perception. The other one was the stringent visa requirements that were introduced with good intention, but that had a very negative impact on some of our source markets. And then the other one was the outbreak of attacks on foreign nationals that impacted tremendously on our immediate neighboring states and on the African source markets. On the other part of the question, and that is strategies to deal with this decline, well, of course, because no one likes to see the numbers coming down. The numbers coming down are very bad for our economy, bad for jobs, bad for economic growth. So we really worked very closely with industry to see if we could find our way through this. We also worked with Home Affairs, and the good news is that in our interaction with Home Affairs, through an interministerial committee chaired by the Deputy President, we made huge advances. So that factor, which was a negative factor, was largely overcome. There's still some challenges that we have to deal with. And we also developed an intervention plan to stimulate growth and get back to recovery. So these interventions that we worked on with industry will not be once-off, but will continue, as they are targeted at confidence building in both the tourism sector and the rest of our country's economy, in fact. The interventions are in the areas of competitive marketing to boost sales, strengthening of our tourism branding, strengthening our performance in the area of business events. Very important to our tourism industry is conferencing and business events, and it is doing extremely well. South Africa is one of the sought-after destinations for such events. And then, of course, the facilitation of market access. I've already touched on that, but you can do good marketing, you can have a good offer, a good destination, but you've got to get around some of the obstacles to people coming to your country. Some of the things that make it difficult for people to come to our country. As I said, we've made a lot of progress in that regard. So, as I said, some challenges remain, and our interaction with the Department of Home Affairs continues. Then, on the foreign tourist arrivals, that was part of the question. I said the tourist arrivals recovered remarkably in 2016. Well, to be honest, honorable members, it exceeded all of our expectations. A lot of people thought it would take years to recover. It did not. So where are we at the moment? The last figures that we got were from Stats SA. And for the period January to August 2016, the numbers increased by 14.8%, almost 15%. But that is the total number. If you look at the overseas market, it increased by almost 24%. So just to give you some ideas of regions for that period, January to August this year compared to January, August last year, Asia increased by 41.2%, Middle East almost 40%, Central and South America 19%, North America 18%, Europe almost 16%, Africa Air and Africa Land, those are the categories used, went up by 6% and 13.7% respectively, and total Africa mainland went up by 13%. I know it's a lot of information for you to absorb, but all I can say is that the increases in tourist numbers have been quite astronomical, phenomenal. The growth from China, just to use the example, it's when you remove some of the barriers, you see the results. The growth from China is particularly impressive, and it's largely attributable, as I said, to the relaxation of the requirement for in-person visa applications. Clarity of our communication to travel and to the tourism trade globally, and working in partnership with our missions abroad assisted in turning around the Ebola perceptions as well. Well, the Ebola is no longer a factor, happily. Other factors include, of course, currently favorable factors resulting in this increase in numbers, and I'm going to end here, and you'll be very happy because then you can almost go home, includes the favorable exchange rate. The honourable member is perfectly right. A lot of other sectors are struggling, low commodity prices, but in this case, in the case of tourism, the exchange rate is very much in our favour. So we need to ride like last year we had to weather the storm. Now we have to ride the wave, because there are huge opportunities now. We must just position ourselves and ride it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Makua.
Members by appreciating the detail in which the Minister has gone, but would just want to raise one alarm by way of a question. At the recent Conference of Women in Tourism, where the Deputy Minister represented the department, groups of people representing disabled people expressed a concern about how these growing numbers should not exclude them. So you could either answer me now, or, Honourable Minister, you can accept it as an element. And these were a group of people from KwaZulu-Natal who were saying that they're going to start focusing on tourism for disabled people. And I think that we have to be ready to accommodate those people in our society because they need us even more in this sector that is growing so rapidly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll answer your question if you tell us where you got that beautiful tie. Because I think any decent Minister of Tourism should wear a tie like that, right? With South African flags on it. The people with disabilities are raising very legitimate concerns. And as I say, that has been the theme this year. I think there are some very good initiatives, though, we should say that, and I want to talk about one which is still to come, but also talk about some of the good things that are happening in our country. One day, Honourable Member, because you're the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, you and your committee members might want to go to the Park Inn in Newlands, which is a hotel owned by the Deaf SA, and Wilma Drushin can take you there, because her organization owns that hotel. 30% of the people working there are deaf. And, I don't know any other country in the world that has an offering like that. Having said that, we are strongly encouraging and working with the Department of Tourism, by the way, with sand parks, with the botanical gardens, with World Heritage Sites, to make their facilities more disability friendly. The one thing that I thought I should just pass on to you, although we haven't yet got there, the next phase with our tourism incentive program beyond the retrofitting for energy efficiency is going to be a subsidy to help retrofit to make establishments more disability friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julius.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Minister, I think, yes, indeed the numbers increased. But in order to plan properly, we need to be honest why the numbers increased. The depreciation of the rand was the main reason for the improvement in the tourism industry. It was the main reason. Linked with that, like you said, that industry leaders and private sector also did a lot to stabilize the industry after the 2015 decline in tourism. Now, we also know that the main reason for the decline in tourism in 2015 was due to the draconian visa regulations, as you rightfully said, introduced by your colleague, the Minister of Home Affairs. It was even worsened by the fact that he couldn't acknowledge that this was the situation. He even called industry leaders. He said they are lying and cooking up numbers. And that's the reason why we saw a decline of 6.8%. Now, the issue for me here is, Minister, what measures are now in place to ensure that this department will coordinate with other departments so that we don't see this misguidance from other departments impacting negatively on tourism? An impact assessment before we introduce these regulations. I know you were vehemently opposed to these visa regulations, and you came out strongly on that, and I applaud you at that time for that. But now, with a deeply divided cabinet as we have now, will it be possible? What measures will you put in place for that? Thank you, Chair.
He was still in his minutes. That is why I did not stop him. He has left with 2 seconds. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Firstly, we do not have a deeply divided cabinet. It doesn't mean that I have been...
Order, Honorable members.
I am in the very privileged position of having been in cabinet. For the first time, I was in cabinet along with Jeff Radebe in 1994. So I have served in various cabinets over the years. There are always tensions and differences, so it's not that we necessarily agree on every single thing, any more than you do in this House. But it's not a deeply divided cabinet. That would be a completely wrong characterization. We get on with our work, we're doing good work, and that does not mean that there aren't areas of debate and areas of difference. I do not know where the honourable member gets his data from. He challenged another member and said, where do you get your data from? Well, I'd like to know where you get your data from, because we're not actually sure at this stage exactly what are the main factors resulting in the rise. Certainly the exchange rate is a very important factor and a significant factor. I doubt that it is the main factor, though. But I don't know, because it's not something that is, you shouldn't make thumb-suck conclusions. The very fact, we're rising against a year where the figures were low. The biggest factor in that year was actually Ebola. So for some markets were profoundly affected by the visa requirements. But even those markets like China, arguably Ebola was a bigger factor than the visa requirements. Ebola was a very, very big factor. So it's not for us to say, well, what were the biggest factors? There was a combination of factors that impacted negatively on tourism growth in 2015. The growth that we're seeing today, the positive growth, there are a number of factors contributing towards that positive growth, including intensified marketing efforts, including the fact that Ebola is no longer here, and including the fact that, South Africa, of course, is a great value for money proposition, but it wouldn't just be because the exchange rate is favorable. People come to South Africa because they love South Africa, because we have a great offer. So there are a host of factors that are now contributing towards the growth. Let me just say, in our sector strategy, we will be very clear that apart from strengthening our marketing endeavors, in continuously improving our destination, and the various parts of our destination, you are right. We must continuously remove the barriers that stand in the way of tourism growth. So we will continue to engage with the Department of Home Affairs and Transport and other departments that are critically important for the growth of tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Indeed, you deserve a round of applause for the good work that you have just done in this House. It is indeed, like the Honorable Makua said, you just fed us with a detailed response from your department. Order, Honorable Members, I would like to deliver a ruling that was raised by the Honorable Julius. Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Member, during the debate on illegal mining on 13 October 2018, the Honorable Julius raised on a point of order against a statement made by Honorable Khai. I quote, "I think the member is making racist remarks. You don't refer to members' race in this House, and you know that. Can the member withdraw the statement? He's making racist remarks." Honorable Khai is recorded as having said, I quote, "I have noted that in the list of the speakers of the DA, they don't have cards to put black people. All three speakers are all white because this is affecting black people in particular. As I indicated that I would like to check on the matter and come back to the House with a ruling. The question is whether the statement is unparliamentary. Section 71 of the Constitution, Honorable Members, provides that delegates to the National Council of Provinces have freedom of speech in the Council and its committees, subject to its rules and orders. Rule 46 of the Council rules caution members against the use of offensive or unbecoming language towards other members, commonly known as unparliamentary language. Honorable Khai is quoted as having said, I have noted that in the list of the speakers of the DA, they don't have cards to put black people. All three speakers are all white because this is affecting black people in particular. Listen carefully, honorable members. Members are aware that we have ruled previously that statements, comments directed at a political party is not unparliamentary, as this would have the potential of shifting debate. However, if the statement was directed to the specific member of this House, it would be ruled unparliamentary. Further, if we were to accept the argument that the remark is racist and that members are not allowed to refer to the race in this House, would mostly certainly be curbing the freedom of speech members are afforded and enjoy in this House. I would like to implore honorable members to desist from raising various points of order in order to respond to the Speaker of the podium. I therefore rule that as the statement in question was made in the context of the debate and directed at a political party and not a member of the House, it thus renders the point of order invalid. Thank you very much, honorable members. This is the end of the business of the day. The members, honorable members, are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the House. The House is adjourned.